I'll now call to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. This is a work session. It is Monday, March 29th at 12:30 p.m. Entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Ms. Thompson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion carries 7-0. Mr. Holmes, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, ma'am. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, would you lead us in a moment of silence?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have had another Moore County School family member to pass, so let's just keep her family in our thoughts at this time. For a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's cooperation with our change in time today. As we had changes in some of the information that was available to us, it didn't appear that it would take quite so long to actually cover all of it, so we were able to move the meeting to just an afternoon session. And with that, we can move on to our first report.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I, excuse me, Madam Chair, to be a little bit more precise, the board's assignment of further discussion of the Code of Cooperation to the Policy Committee, which was very helpful. That removed an item from the agenda that we anticipated needing to provide a fair amount of discussion to. And then also the information from our appraiser on the Southern Pines primary site indicating that it would be between this meeting and the next meeting before we have that information. Those were two items that we thought would take a little bit of time, so it was very helpful to move us back to the afternoon. It's good to start the meeting in the afternoon yet again, so thank you, board members, for your patience with us with that. Without further ado, this will be the third of our presentations from our Restart schools on their efforts to address their commitment to look at their low-performing status and share with us progress that they're making. I think you've been able to look at the PowerPoint. We have another excellent presentation ahead of us, and so without further ado, I'll turn it over to Dr. Tim Locklear, if he's ready. And we'll let you and our Robbins team take it from there, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy, Madam Chair, board members. Good afternoon. Great to see you this afternoon. As Dr. Grimacy noted, this is our third opportunity to share with you an update, an overview of the work, the intensive work that our Restart schools are doing. Began in February with Aberdeen and in March with Southern Middle, and now today with Robbins Elementary. We have Principal Christine Larita and her great team that's going to share some information with you today. And so I'm going to turn it right over to Principal Larita so they can get going on their presentation. Christine?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Dr. Grimacy, and school board members. Thank you for having me today. I am very excited to have this opportunity to share with you all of the wonderful things that are happening at Robbins Elementary School. At Robbins Elementary, our mission is to create a respectful and nurturing place for all to learn. We all live up to this mission every day by honoring our students, their backgrounds, and doing everything in our power to ensure that our students' individual needs are met. Our vision is to respect and engage all of our students so they can be successful throughout their educational journey and their lives. We are in the process of reconstructing a new mission and vision that aligns with our goals as a Restart school. This process is beginning with our Restart team, who has created the IGNITE acronym, which we will discuss later in this presentation. Our next steps will be to include the whole staff in reimagining our mission and vision statements. I am Christine Larita, and I am the proud principal of Robbins Elementary School. I have been the principal of Robbins Elementary for 21 months. 12 of those months have been during the COVID-19 pandemic. It has been a very interesting time being a new principal during a pandemic. Just as we were gaining momentum with many of our 2019-20 school year initiatives, the school closure happened. Since the start of the 2020-21 school year, we have had 358 students and 63 staff members quarantined or in isolation, and we have had to shift to remote learning. However, through it all, our teachers and our students have persevered. Believe me when I tell you that we have seen tremendous growth in our practice, the way teachers approach teaching and the way students approach learning. At Robbins Elementary School, we are a proud community school with a rich history in the small town of Robbins, North Carolina. We are unique in that all of our students at Robbins Elementary moved together to Elise Middle School, and there is a strong sense of ownership amongst Robbins, Elise, and Northmore High School for our students. I work with Principal TJ Martin at Elise and Principal Jenny Purvis at Northmore to create a K-12 educational experience that is tailored to the unique needs of this community. I have also served as the assistant principal at Elise Middle School, so I am directly connected and dedicated to this wonderful community. To know Robbins Elementary, you must also know the Robbins community. The Robbins community was founded in 1795 by Alexander Kennedy, who established a rifle factory. There are many historical and cultural events that our students and teachers participate in today, such as Farmers Day and activities with Foothills Outdoors and the Bear Creek Trail System. In the early 1920s, the Robbins economy shifted to manufacturing and textile mills. Unfortunately, as the mills closed, the economy was negatively impacted. Today, 41% of the residents live below the poverty line, and the estimated household income is about 2/3 of the income of the average household in North Carolina. This has a direct impact on the work we do at Robbins Elementary School. Robbins Elementary is committed to the families of the Robbins community. We are aware and proud of this area's rich cultural heritage. In fact, 9 staff members are proud alumni of Robbins Elementary. Now I'd like to tell you about who the students are at Robbins Elementary. 57% of our students are Hispanic, 27% are white, 11% are African American, 4% are considered from 2 or more races, and less than 1% of our students are Asian. Our total enrollment is 395 students. 371 of those students are in kindergarten through 5th grade, and 24 are enrolled in our pre-K program. 84% of our student population are considered economically disadvantaged. 28% of our students are English learners. 15% of our students receive exceptional education services. And 2% of our student population are considered academically and/or intellectually gifted. This year, we are very excited to have the opportunity to nurture 9%, which is 33 of our students, in our AIG Talent Development Program. Talent development is available in grades K-8 for students who are not formally identified as gifted, but have demonstrated a need for extension and/or enrichment of the regular curriculum provided in the classroom. Students identified for talent development work with the AIG teacher to develop talents and gifted characteristics before consideration for formal identification. The purpose of the talent development program is to help grow students who show advanced learning needs. The AIG teacher works in coordination with the classroom teacher to determine the level of need for talent development services. Our hope is that many of those students in talent development will qualify for AIG services in the future. Our expectation is to have 4% of our student population identified as AIG, which is the state of North Carolina recommended average. This slide illustrates who we are as a staff. We have 49 certified staff members. 41% of those staff members have an advanced degree, which is a master's degree or higher, and 14% are beginning teachers. 6% are nationally board certified teachers, which is a designation that highlights excellent teaching as measured by high national standards. 80% of our certified staff are white, 16% are Hispanic, and 4% are African American. We have 22 classified staff members. 77% of those staff members are white, 18% are Hispanic, and less than 1% are African American. We are very fortunate to have staff members who are from Colombia, the Dominican Republic, Honduras, the Russian Federation, Puerto Rico, Mexico, Guatemala, and Uruguay. The staff members from Colombia and Honduras were brought to us through our partnership with Participate Learning, a corporation that assists us in hiring Spanish educators and supports the implementation of our dual language program. The rest of the staff members are locally hired. Now we are going to talk about where we have been with our student data. As a staff, we have done intentional deep dives of this data as we have crafted our vision moving forward through the restart process and with other initiatives that we've begun at Robbins Elementary. According to our school report card, Robbins Elementary School is currently rated as a D school, and we have a performance score of 43. We have met growth for 3 out of the 4 years since 2015. We met growth in the 2018-19 school year, which is the last year that we have data from due to the disruptions in testing from COVID-19. As you can see, our performance grade has remained consistent since 2014, with a noticeable decrease in 2015 and a noticeable increase in 2017. This slide separates our proficiency from our growth since the 2014-15 school year. Our student proficiency is concerning. Since I began the 2019-20 school year, we have made a commitment to using our data to ensure that we meet the individual needs of all of our students. As you can see from the student growth graph, our students continue to make consistent growth. Our goal is to now capitalize on that growth in order to increase our student achievement. We recognize the dip from 2016-17 to 2017-18. We are taking steps towards improvement, and we are excited to share with you some initiatives that we have begun to reverse this trend and increase our student growth and proficiency. On this slide, I would like to highlight some positive data for Robbins Elementary School. This graph shows the percent of students who met North Carolina's definition of progress towards English language attainment as demonstrated on North Carolina's English language proficiency test. North Carolina uses the Access for English Language Learners Assessment to measure English language proficiency for the academic language of science, social studies, English language arts, and math, as well as social language. English language learners are students who come to Robbins Elementary whose primary language is not English. As you can see, Robbins Elementary English learner progress is at 47.9%, which is 12.4 percentage points higher than Moore County Schools and 9.3 percentage points higher than the state of North Carolina. We are very proud of how much we are able to grow our English language learners. The results on this graph are not accidental. Here at Robbins, we work hard to help our English language learners reach proficiency with the English language. Many of our teachers have been trained to use strategies to help with language acquisition, such as Project GLAD, which is Guided Language Acquisition Development, and SIOP, Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol. We will discuss more about these strategies later in the presentation. Additionally, at Robbins, we are very fortunate to have a dual language program in all grades K-5. A dual language program is an educational program in which students participate in core instruction in more than one language. It is used in many countries throughout the world to promote multilingualism and multiculturalism. It is used in the United States to serve students who speak a language other than English in their homes and to provide opportunities for English fluent children to acquire an additional language at school from a young age. Now, I would like to share with you our vision for Robbins Elementary School as we move forward in our efforts to increase student achievement. This timeline shows our efforts during the first year of Restart implementation. We are excited to share this work with you and the focus that our team has developed after analyzing the data that I have shared with you. In the summer of 2020, we created a Restart team of dedicated staff members to help guide our Restart implementation. We began meeting as a team and used design thinking to analyze our school improvement plan and areas of need. We also ran into an operational barrier this summer when we were unable to bring our newly hired dual language teachers to the country due to the executive order that put a hold on J-1 visas. We utilized our Restart employment flexibility to hire a Spanish-speaking teacher to fill a first grade vacancy so our dual language program could continue without interruption. In the fall of 2020, we used our school-wide data and school improvement plan and identified literacy as our key area of need. We created our guiding question and the IGNITE acronym, which I will share more about on the next slide. We had 20 staff members begin the NCAT Literacy Badge professional development. In the winter, we created and posted positions for our MTSS coach and part-time MTSS interventionist. Our MTSS team continued working towards ensuring that our teachers have the structure and the materials necessary to meet the needs of all of our students. In early March, we had our One School, One Book kickoff as we got our entire school excited about reading a book together. In the spring of 2020, we look forward to updating our book room to include high quality and engaging student books based on student, parent, and teacher input. This summer, we are excited to offer our students an innovative summer camp opportunity and to offer our staff professional development to continue to build capacity in our teachers to meet the diverse needs of all of our students. Earlier, I mentioned how our Restart team is beginning to rethink our mission and vision statements to align with all of the possibilities we are considering as a Restart school. IGNITE stands for Inspiring Growth, Nurturing Innovation Today and Every Day. Our mission is to ignite our learners by developing a culture of readers at Robbins Elementary. Our Restart team created our guiding question, which is, how do we build a culture of readers at Robbins Elementary? This is our why as we move forward this year, developing a Restart framework that builds capacity across our school. We chose to focus on literacy as our compelling why this year because it directly connects to our school improvement team and the plan they set forth for the direction of our school. Additionally, a student's literacy skills have a direct impact on how they perform in math, science, and social studies. A student may be able to successfully complete a math computation problem, but is unable to show that same proficiency with a word problem due to literacy barriers. Our literacy focus will allow us to enhance all academic areas. Robbins Elementary School leadership is strategically targeting the 4 components of innovative change. We are analyzing the 4 components of academics and curriculum development, talent, recruitment and retention, culture and climate, and operations. I'm going to share with you our progress in all 4 of these components. Letterland has provided our K-1 teachers with resources for teaching phonics and foundational literacy skills. Letterland engages students through a multisensory approach. This research-based program is fully aligned to state standards and includes a spiral review in order to improve fluency and ensure mastery of phonics skills. The NCAT Literacy Badge professional development has been a wonderful opportunity for our staff to learn a variety of ways to enhance their literacy instruction. The Hegarty Phonemic Awareness Curriculum is one of those ways our teachers have been able to do this in both English and Spanish. One of the teachers participating in this professional development will share more on this in a few minutes. As we added our 4th and 5th grade dual language classes, the Into Reading reading program was purchased for those classes. As the teachers began using the program, they found it to be culturally relevant and ethnically diverse, which was a perfect fit for our dual language classrooms and our school's population. Based on the feedback from our teachers, we are currently adding Into Reading to our 2nd and 3rd grade dual language classes with the hopes of adding 1st grade next school year. Robbins Elementary was very lucky to pilot the Big Ideas math program. We volunteered to be part of the pilot program because we saw the need to have consistency across grade levels with the use of various math models and math vocabulary. Also, we were excited about the opportunity to finally implement a school-wide math program with curriculum materials available in both English and Spanish. We have already seen a shift in our students' attitudes towards math. There is no better example than my afternoon discussions with students while waiting in the car line. I always ask them about the best part of their day. Last year, many of their responses were recess. This year, however, most respond with math. When I ask what they are learning, the students are able to explain the mathematical concepts that they are currently learning in class. Our MTSS interventionist and our STEM teacher use the Bridges Math Intervention Program in order to meet the needs of our students in an intensive math intervention. To begin talking about, next slide, thank you. To begin talking about our academic initiatives, I'm going to let you hear from one of our extraordinary teachers, Lindsay Baker. Mrs. Baker teaches 3rd grade in the dual language program, and she's a valued member of our Restart team. She's going to share a few of the initiatives we are working on to move our Ignite mission forward.
To Madam Chair, the school board members, and Dr. Grimacy, I would like to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak to you and showcase our Restart endeavors. I would like to give you a little of my background. I have taught for 7 years, and all of them have been in 3rd grade at Robbins. Prior to teaching, I worked with Robbins students with the summer camp and after school programs ran by the Northern Moore Family Resource Center. I guess you could say I fell in love with the kids in the Robbins community. They have a thirst for knowledge and an eagerness to learn. When the NCAT literacy badge was first mentioned, I was very excited. The North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching provides teachers with new knowledge, skills, teaching methods, and best practices in PD that we can apply to our classrooms. They are a recognized national leader in professional development. This literacy badge is broken down into 5 topics that support the science of reading. These topics include phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension. There are not only components of practice, though, but there is a why behind these research-based best practices. As we have advanced through the topics, we have enjoyed collaborating with teachers at Aberdeen Elementary. We often participate in breakout rooms in which we discuss and process topic information as we go. The Canvas course gives us a space to reflect on our application of the strategies that fit our classrooms the best. We have also been able to utilize our valuable coaches. Our in-house instructional support facilitators are there to guide us through the implementation of what we've learned. As you have heard, we have utilized Hegarty's Bridge the Gap intervention materials in both Spanish and English. These lessons have helped me identify the areas that I needed to work on with students that struggled to decode automatically. Other components we have worked on include decodable text, vocabulary, fluency instruction. This literacy badge is adding to our teacher toolkits and providing us with a deeper knowledge to help intervene with our struggling readers. It is very exciting to be part of this growth opportunity. Now I would like to tell you about our dual language program. This year is my 3rd year teaching in the dual language program. We start in kindergarten, where parents have the choice to enroll their child in the program. There are 2 classes per grade level, and they alternate days in Spanish and English. We have partnered with Participate Learning to recruit Spanish teachers from many different countries. These teachers bring so much culture to our students' learning experience. On Spanish days, students receive all instruction in Spanish and vice versa for English days. We teach the North Carolina Standard Course of Study and plan very closely so that we are bridging the academic and content vocabulary through our lessons. My Spanish co-teacher is Eric Padilla. We plan our lessons weekly that allow for a productive flow of content. For example, if we're teaching Chapter 11, Introduction to Fractions, they will get lesson 1 with me and then proceed to lesson 2 the following day in Spanish. This allows for a bridging of language around our content. What may seem confusing in English is often clarified or reinforced the next day when they receive instruction in Spanish. In our video, you will notice Mr. Padilla and I using similar strategies as we taught the same lesson to our 2 classes. Our students read, write, and speak in Spanish and English. But please note that not all students enrolled speak Spanish at home. It is quite impressive to have an English speaker conversate with their peers in Spanish, or even give me the Spanish cognate for a word we're using in English. Students learn about everything from societal norms, history, and local cuisines from a country different from their own. Educating students to be more culturally aware through our dual language program has the additional benefit of teaching them about global citizenship. Neuroscience research has shown that studying a second language increases brain density and cognitive skills. These lead to improved working memory and increased attention. The learning that is taking place in our classrooms is impressive, and I can't wait to see the value it brings to our community.
Christine, you're muted.
Sorry. When talking about the academic needs of Robbins Elementary School, it is imperative that we discuss the English language learner profile. English language learners are students who come to Robbins Elementary School whose primary language is not English. When considering English language learners, it is important to remember they do not learn differently than their native English-speaking peers, but they do have unique learning needs. What is different is how they access the curriculum. English language learners benefit from explicit literacy instruction in multiple modalities: reading, writing, speaking, and listening. Scaffolded support in phonemic awareness and vocabulary through the use of visuals, sentence starters, and wait time. English language learners can also have other learning needs just like their non-English language peers. They can be academically and intellectually gifted, learning disabled, or have speech and language disabilities. 2 strategies that we strategically implement are Project GLAD and SIOP. Project GLAD is one of those strategies that some of our teachers have been trained on and use in their classrooms. Project GLAD, Guided Language Acquisition Design, is an instructional approach that incorporates a variety of strategies to support all students, especially bilingual students, in simultaneously learning content and acquiring language. SIOP, Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol, is another one of those strategies. SIOP is a research-based instructional model that is highly effective in addressing the academic needs of English learners. This protocol provides a framework for teachers as they design and deliver lessons that make content comprehensible. Again, let me emphasize that English language learners do not learn differently. What is different is how they access the curriculum. When thinking about increasing academic proficiency in a school with a high number of English language learners, it is essential to understand the differences between BICS and CALP. BICS stands for Basic Interpersonal Communication Skills. It is what we call social language. BICS are the language skills that you need for everyday social interactions. It is the language you use on the playground with your friends. A learner will develop basic interpersonal communication skills anywhere from 6 months to 2 years. CALP stands for Cognitive Academic Language Proficiency. It is academic language. CALP is the proficiency that a student has with the academic language used in the classroom in all content areas. It takes a learner anywhere from 5 to 7 years to develop CALP. North Carolina expects students who enter the English language program in kindergarten to exit the program by grade 5, reinforcing the fact that it takes 5 to 7 years to develop academic language proficiency. Our proficiency scores are measured by how well students do on end of grade tests. These tests are multiple choice measures that place a large emphasis on understanding academic language. While our English language learners may understand an academic concept or curriculum standard, they may struggle to show a proficient understanding on a standardized test due to academic language constraints. I want to emphasize that this is developmentally appropriate for our English language learners. It does not reflect a deficit in understanding, but it is rather a reflection of their unique language needs. We also know that bilingual students reach proficiency slower, but once they reach proficiency, they oftentimes score higher than their non-bilingual peers. Research shows that once they acquire academic language, they will outperform their peers, and this usually happens around middle school. The data on language development is also important to consider when contextualizing that 84% of the students at Robbins Elementary are economically disadvantaged. Research indicates that by some measures, 5-year-old children of lower socioeconomic status score more than 2 years behind on standardized language development tests by the time they enter school. Therefore, it is important for us to understand that providing our students with the academic foundation they need to be successful in later years begins with a solid foundation of language, whether they are an English language learner or not. Being a Restart school gives us the opportunity to meet the diverse needs of our very diverse population. The flexibilities that are afforded to us are going to allow us to continue to think outside the box and find the most effective ways to reach all of our learners. At Robbins Elementary, we are so excited that we can offer this opportunity for our students to become bilingual and biliterate, therefore creating global citizens who are culturally aware, and that these opportunities can carry them so far in life and give them opportunities that your average student does not have.
How many fourths do you think I will have when I'm showing 2 holes? So keep that in mind. I'm going to show 2 holes. Now, how many fourths? I have 4 over here. How many, let me help you out. How many more fractions will I have in this one? How many more? Put them together. How many fourths will be in 2 holes? Show me with your fingers. How many? Good. Want me to put it?
1, 2, ¿verdad? Entonces, acordémonos de la línea numérica, ¿cierto? Tenemos 0, 1 y 2. 1 y 2, ¿cierto? 2 enteros. ¿Y están partidas en qué? Las tuyas están en 8, ¿cierto? Entonces tú tienes 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Entonces tú tienes 0 cuartos, ¿cierto? 1 cuarto, 2 cuartos, 3 cuartos, 4 cuartos, 6,
and there's one piece here. We know that we can split it in more than one or two pieces, and so we're going to take force and add them to the number line.
Ok, hagamos algo aquí. Entonces yo tengo 1, 2, 3 y la tengo partida en ¿qué? En tercios. ¿De qué otra forma puedo partir estos en tercios? ¿En qué? ¡Boom! En medios, excelente.
We have found here at Robbins Elementary that the dual language has become very important for our students. In the early elementary grades, we find that they perform better in one language as opposed to the other. But as they get into the higher elementary grades, 4th and 5th grade, we are seeing where their abilities in both language are equal.
I think this programs enable the students to make connections between one language and the other, and they could bridge, okay, if I don't get it in the Spanish language and my English is a little bit stronger, well, I'll make that connection in the next day. So I feel that this enhances their education process and makes them be successful in their grade.
As a restart team, we decided that our focus was going to be literacy. And our goal this year is to create a culture of readers. We feel that reading is so important for all of our students and can take you to so many places.
Piece of paper with the writing on it is going to be words, yes? A list, I love it, yes. How to make pie. Go ahead, Bridget. Oh! How do you spell what's the last sound? P. Recipe. I need something to make it look right. Recipe. Which one? The top one. That's the one we've seen in a book, right? Recipe. There you go. It's a recipe. Directions on how to make what? A pie. Okay, back to the story. We're too much talking. Dad?
As you saw through, I would stop sometimes and talk about a word and what it means. It helps me teach how to use context clues, the words before and after, or thinking about what's happening in the story. And they need to hear the words. They need to hear them spoken clearly. And the structure, especially second language learners, the structure of the language, the best way to teach that is through read-alouds.
And he mounted his motorcycle while taking a deep breath. Ralph shot down the hall into the lobby. The first bell raised.
Moving forward as a restart school, our hope is to continue to provide our staff with professional development in literacy, to build capacity in all of our teachers to make sure that our students are receiving the best literacy instruction that they can.
Here we go, friends. I'm going to give you a word. You're going to repeat that word after me, and then we're going to chop out the syllables in that word. Are you ready? Okay. Your first word is favorite. 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 Oh, let's try that one again. Favorite. 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 Good job. Simplify. 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 Good. I can't hear you. Be a little bit louder. Garbage. 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 Good. Geometry. 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 Oh, good.
I am most proud of the teachers at Robbins Elementary for all of their hard work. They do such a good job of creating relationships with our students and meeting them where they are. We have so many diverse learners here, and our teachers know their learners so well and how to meet their individual needs, and they work so hard at that every day. The students at Robbins are wonderful. They are such a loving and caring community of students. They care about each other, they care about the teachers, they care about their community as a whole. They work so hard every day to achieve their goals. Brooke Adkins is our phenomenal instructional support facilitator. It is her goal to make sure that all of our teachers and students have what they need to be successful. Mrs. Atkins will share how we are working to develop capacity with our teachers through our work with professional learning teams and the transformation of our multi-tiered system of supports work.
Good afternoon. First, I also feel like it's really important to tell you about my story and how it continues to be profoundly impacted by Robbins Elementary. You may have noticed in a photo on an earlier slide that I'm one of the lucky staff members who's proud to be a Robbins Elementary alumna. I have so many wonderful memories of my time as a student at Robbins and would definitely attribute both my love of reading and my passion for learning to my critical early years within education here at this school. Also, I had the incredible privilege of completing my student teaching experience with second graders at Robbins Elementary in the same classroom in which I completed second grade myself. And now, after proudly serving Moore County Schools as a teacher at Cameron Elementary, West End Elementary, West Pine Elementary, and as an instructional support facilitator at High Falls Elementary, I was granted the opportunity to finally return to Robbins to serve students and staff as their instructional support facilitator. Even better, my own children have been fortunate to begin their educational journeys here with me the past 2 years. My oldest son is currently in the first grade dual language program, and my daughter is currently in the pre-K program, but just enrolled in the kindergarten dual language program last Friday. To me and so many others, this place is special because it has inspired and continues to inspire generation after generation of rockets, of leaders. Over the past 2 years, we have worked extremely hard at Robbins Elementary to make some big cultural shifts within our professional learning community, starting with individual grade level PLTs. PLTs are only one of the ways, but a major one, in which we are working towards creating a more collaborative space for teachers to analyze and develop their classroom practice. The work we now do has required us to shift our focus from teaching to learning, from summative assessments to more frequent formative assessments, from remediation to intervention, and most importantly, from isolation to collaboration. Together each week, we engage in a continuous cycle of questions. What do we want students to learn? How do we know if they learned it? What will we do if they didn't learn it? And what will we do if they already know it? Each of these questions promote deep team reflection and learning through ongoing participation in the unpacking of essential standards for each grade level as well as vertically, the creation of a variety of assessments, the analysis of student achievement on these assessments, and the implementation of new strategies for improving results. Honestly, just ask them, I did, what they feel has been most beneficial in helping them to improve their practice. And most of them will tell you about at least one of the things we now do in PLTs. For example, when asked what has been successful, one teacher responded, I would say if I have to pick one thing, it would be between unpacking standards, really looking at what it is saying and making common formative assessments to help us see how well the standard was mastered and applied by our students, or analyzing our data, taking the time to input and talk about what we are seeing, what help is needed, putting strategies and interventions in place to help, and honestly really pushing us to talk about our students and their needs. By talking about these things, it helps us look closer and see what is needed and what we could do better. In addition to providing ongoing PLT support, another way in which we are striving to create a more collaborative space for teachers and staff to analyze and develop their practice is through the transformation of the work we are doing with our multi-tiered system of supports framework. Last year, with the creation of our MTSS team, we worked to adopt a more systematic, school-wide approach to student support. Our team, which consists of teachers across grades K-5, our school counselor, the school psychologist, an EC teacher, a reading interventionist, and myself, meets bi-weekly to analyze student data in order to strengthen core instruction and ensure targeted supplemental as well as intensive supports are being put in place for any of our students who need them. This year, the school counselor and I also began weekly MTSS check-in meetings with individual teachers, focused on monitoring students who have been identified as needing extra support. In these meetings, we discuss how current interventions are going by using trend analysis to look at how each student is responding to the intervention and determine what adjustments, if any, need to be made to increase student learning. Throughout this process, our school has realized the need for additional support with implementing the structures and monitoring the resources that are necessary in order for MTSS to be successful, which is why we've chosen to add both an MTSS interventionist and an MTSS coach to our team. The goal of these two positions will be to work together with the school counselor and myself so that the effective implementation of the MTSS and EC processes will strengthen core instruction, build capacity of teachers to implement supplemental academic and behavioral intervention, oversee intensive interventions for students at the highest need level, and ensure direct explicit instruction of students with special needs in the general education and EC classrooms. Together, we will continue to monitor student data to ensure the effectiveness of interventions and make adjustments as needed.
We have made strategic decisions with our Restart academic support staff. We have the following support personnel at Robbins Elementary in order to help with our mission of igniting students towards academic success. The positions include an MTSS interventionist, a soon-to-be-hired MTSS coach, and a locally hired native Spanish-speaking teacher for our dual language program, which we hired utilizing Restart employment flexibility. We have worked with our master schedule to incorporate Rocket Time. Rocket Time is an intervention block that each grade level has. During this time, students can receive interventions from their classroom teacher. Some can be pulled out with a small group by an interventionist, or they can receive English as a second language services or exceptional children's services. Students not in need of an intervention will receive enrichment activities. We are working on ways to incorporate a school-wide intervention block that would utilize every staff member and every student. This would allow us to meet the needs of students that are in need of more than one intervention or to provide intervention support to the students who are receiving other services during Rocket Time. It will also help us reinforce our belief that as a school, we are all responsible for all of the students and their growth and achievement. Teacher leadership matters, and teacher leadership matters at Robbins Elementary School, and we have put in a lot of hard work to improve the culture and climate of the school for both our staff and our students. Great leadership is at the heart of every high-quality public school. Within schools, leadership is most effective when it is distributed among a team of individuals with different skill sets and experiences, but a shared mission to spark and sustain a school-wide culture of learning and improved outcomes for all students. These types of instructional leadership teams can drive positive change throughout a school. This has been my goal since beginning my tenure as the principal of Robbins Elementary School. Building leadership capacity is something that I truly believe in and feel is essential in order to drive instructional improvement and improve student achievement through the development of high-quality teaching and a culture where all students can thrive. Dr. Richard Ingersoll led a research study that analyzed over 1.3 million teachers. The study found that students in schools with higher levels of instructional leadership and teacher leadership perform at least 10 percentage points higher in both mathematics and English language arts proficiency on their state assessments. With these findings in mind, we have made a concerted effort to increase the leadership capacity of our school improvement team, our Restart team, our multi-tiered system of supports team, and our professional learning teams. All of these teams are data-driven and have spent countless hours examining student data at the school level, the grade level, the individual class level, and all the way down to the individual student level. We have used state data, district screening data, common formative assessment data, and progress monitoring data to make informed instructional decisions. The Teacher Working Conditions Survey from 2020 highlights the intentional work that we have done to increase teacher leadership at Robbins Elementary. The questions that we are highlighting on this slide specifically address teacher leadership. Teachers are trusted to make sound professional decisions about instruction went from 79% in 2018 to 95% in 2020, a 16 percentage point increase. Teachers are encouraged to participate in school leadership roles went from 81% to 95%, a 14 percentage point increase. The faculty has an effective process for making group decisions to solve problems, went from 57% to 87%, a 30 percentage point increase. In this school, we take steps to solve problems, went from 61% to 88%, a 27 percentage point increase. Teachers are effective leaders at this school, went from 77% to 98%, a 21 percentage point increase. Teachers have an appropriate level of influence on decision-making at this school, went from 69% to 89%, a 20 percentage point increase. The Restart program offers more opportunities for our teachers to experience teacher leadership throughout our redesign process and our school improvement efforts. I feel that these positive changes truly reflect that we are in this together as a team, a Robbins Elementary family. Our overall teacher working conditions data shows a consistent positive increase each year since 2014. In 2014, Robbins Elementary was 14.5 percentage points below the county average and 18.5 percentage points below the state average. As you can see, in 2020, Robbins Elementary scored higher than both the county average and the state average. We believe that in order to create sustainable change, we have to build a positive school culture. Building a positive school culture begins with having positive working conditions for the teachers and the staff at a school. At the beginning of each of my back-to-school meetings as a principal, I have shared a TED Talk from Rita Pearson, an educator with over 40 years of experience. In her talk, she passionately tells us that every child deserves a champion, someone who will never give up on them, someone who understands the power of connection and insists that they become the best that they can be. Here at Robbins, this is who we all strive to be for our students and each other. I would like to highlight a few areas that we have strategically developed in the past 2 years. The school maintains clear two-way communication with the community, went from 65% in 2018 to 95% in 2020, a 30 percentage point increase. The school does a good job of encouraging parent-guardian involvement, went from 70% to 98%, a 28 percentage point increase. There is an atmosphere of trust and mutual respect in this school, went from 52% to 76%, a 24 percentage point increase. During our fall 2020 dipstick survey, 100% of the teachers responded favorable to this same question. The school leadership consistently supports teachers, went from 57% to 90%, a 33 percentage point increase. The faculty and staff have a shared vision, went from 77% to 98%, a 21 percentage point increase. Overall, my school is a good place to work and learn, went from 79% to 93%, a 14 percentage point increase. Again, during our fall 2020 dipstick survey, 100% of the teachers responded favorably to this question as well. We are proud to highlight the positive behavior trends that reflect our commitment to creating a safe and nurturing learning environment. As you can see, our office referrals have decreased significantly since the 2017-18 school year. In fact, as of today, we only have 14 office referrals this year. We attribute the decrease in office referrals to our focus on building relationships and the use of restorative discipline practices. Last year, we wanted to support our beginning teachers with classroom management. Our instructional support facilitator led our beginning teachers in a book study to learn about restorative discipline. Restorative discipline practices help schools to create a culture of empathy and responsibility using restorative justice. Restorative justice is a philosophy and a community-wide intervention that places relationships at the heart of the learning experience. The goal of restorative discipline is to change the school climate rather than just merely responding to student behavior. Our plan moving forward is to implement this school-wide. I am very proud of the work that our teachers have done to build relationships with our students across all grade levels. We began this presentation talking about how Robbins Elementary is a true community school. I want to end this by looping back to this idea to show how we are intentionally moving forward with bridging a positive relationship with our families and community. Robbins Elementary School has a strong connection to the community we serve. We believe it is essential to have community outreach to build positive relationships with our families. Last year, we made the decision to hold many of our events out in the community in hopes to increase parental and community involvement. We held a back-to-school bash at the green space in the heart of Robbins, a picnic in the park to promote literacy across grade levels at Milliken Park, and a STEM night at Robbins Elementary, among other things. Before our school year changed in March 2020, we saw increased participation in all of our events. Even throughout the school closure, our teachers reported increased parent communication and involvement. We have tried to continue that trend into the 2020-21 school year, with many of our teachers participating in the Family Learning Series events. A very important piece of our community outreach efforts is our Hispanic Parent Liaison. She is our link to our families that do not speak English. Our families trust her and rely on her, not just for the educational needs of their children, but to help get their basic needs met. How do we know if what we are doing is working? We are following the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle for learning and improvement, which is a problem-solving model used for improving PLC process. We use our digital data wall to monitor how each student is progressing throughout the school year. Our digital data wall is a comprehensive way for us to look at every child while focusing on the whole child. It includes demographic information, an MTSS section containing up-to-date information about where students are within their intervention process, and all current assessment data. This data is looked at by each teacher, each grade level, the MTSS team, and the school improvement team. Our teachers utilize the digital data wall to get a clear picture of how their students are performing and if they need to make adjustments to their instruction or the interventions that have been put in place. Prior to COVID restrictions, our grade level teams used the information from the data wall to determine ways to meet students' needs through flexible grouping in order to provide thoughtful and deliberate instruction that matches student needs with teachers' strengths. During our MTSS meetings, we have analyzed the data for every student that we serve at Robbins Elementary. This is one of the ways we support teachers in determining which students are in need of an academic intervention and which intervention will best meet their needs. During our weekly professional learning team meetings, we complete deep data dives on our benchmark, state assessment, and common formative assessment data. We unpack curriculum standards to ensure that, that we are having collaborative conversations on what students should know and be able to do. This focus on the standards and team-created common formative assessments go hand in hand. When standards and assessments align, it is easier to catch students quickly when they struggle with a concept and to provide its extension to increase understanding. The unpacking process keeps the focus on all students learning at high levels. This year, we implemented weekly MTSS check-in meetings to support teachers and their intervention effectiveness. Frequent monitoring allows us to ensure that the interventions our students are receiving are appropriate and that we can quickly intervene if an intervention is not effective. As a staff, we are working hard to close the achievement gaps so all students can meet or exceed their grade level expectations. Our teachers have responded favorably to this process and have expressed their gratitude for the support being provided to both them and their students. At Robbins Elementary, we believe that relationships matter, that every student is capable of learning and being engaged in their educational journey, and that all teachers and students contribute positively to the culture and the story of Robbins Elementary School. I hope that through this presentation, I have been able to convey how hard everyone here is working. Teachers, teacher assistants, students, everyone is working so hard to do their very best. We are giving everything that we can to our students every day, and I hope that you have been able to see that this afternoon. Thank you.
Dr. Locklear, do you have any final comments before you open it up for questions?
Just was going to say, I was just about to say if there's any, certainly available for any questions that the board may have, but we do appreciate all the time that the Robbins Elementary team put in this presentation together. I think we can certainly sense their pride, their passion, and their commitment to what they're doing for the students in Robbins and the community of Robbins. So certainly open any additional questions the board may have at this time.
And so obviously, we've heard a presentation about the most unique school here in Moore County. So are there questions?
I had a question about, do you still have any students that are doing online learning only?
Yes, we do. We have about 51 that are all virtual.
Thank you.
And did you attempt to do Spanish immersion with the virtual students as well, if that was needed?
We didn't. We weren't able to work that logistically with the in-person, and we just could not work that out. But we did provide them with support to help continue their learning in Spanish while they were out. And then a lot of them came back after the first semester, and then we welcomed them back into the dual language program with some extra support while they were in school to make that adjustment.
All right, other questions?
Yeah, I had some comments and questions, Chair Carter. Several, as a matter of fact. Using the present formula of 80% for achievement and 20% for growth, what would Robbins Elementary School need to do to raise their school grade to a C? Using Robbins' 2019 achievement growth of 35.6 and improving it 5% a year, and using a growth score of 80 each year, which would place them in the top 30% of all the schools that we have in the county, or in Moore County schools, or better, how long would it take them to receive a grade of C? Now, I think you need to understand that meeting both of these objectives is very challenging to do. And the answer to the question is 7 years. And even meeting these objectives with 80% of their students economically disadvantaged without a lot of additional help would be an impossible task to do. I have some other questions that I wanted to wait until I'd heard all the Restart Program presentations, and these questions are for our board members and the community, because I believe our administration is doing all they can do to help these students with the resources they have available. I understand the supporters of our 3 new board members wanted them to ask tough questions. Well, I have some tough questions for our school board and community. Why aren't our students at Aberdeen and Robbins Elementary Schools performing as well as the students at the Academy of Moore and Pinehurst Elementary? Is it because the percentage of economically disadvantaged students at Aberdeen and Robbins is over 80%, while the percentage at the Academy of Moore and Pinehurst is less than 17%? Other questions. What percentage of the parents whose children attend Academy of Moore and Pinehurst Elementary have a high school diploma, and what percentage have at least a bachelor's degree? How many students attending the Academy of Moore and Pinehurst Elementary School have to worry about getting enough food to eat? How many parents whose students attend the Academy of Moore and Pinehurst Elementary do not speak English? What is the average family income for students attending the Academy of Moore and Pinehurst Elementary? What would the answers to these same questions be for the schools of Robbins and Aberdeen? These issues are beyond our control, and I know if we continue to treat all our students equally, we will never close the achievement gap. So what more can we do for our lower performing schools to lower the gap? Would having all our at-risk students attend pre-K programs make a difference? Would having a teacher's aide for each class make a difference? Would having lower class sizes make a difference? Would having additional support services such as nurses, social workers, counselors, psychologists, and SROs make a difference? What are our school board's answers to those questions? If our answer is providing additional resources and or programs would make a difference, then why are we not doing it? When we have the answer to this question, we know what has to be done to make it happen. Are we going to go to the public to have them understand the importance of public education and ask for their support, or are we just going to sit by and listen to their complaints of how poorly our schools are doing, that we were already receiving too much funding, that all children should go to charter, private, or religious schools, and that taxes should not be increased to fund public schools? Are we willing to go to our elected officials at the federal, state, and local levels and convince them to provide what our economically disadvantaged students need? Or are we just going to continue to go down the same path, be willing to let our schools be underfunded, tell our economically disadvantaged families, sorry, the public is not interested or willing to help?
I actually have some questions.
Okay,
I don't have a prepared statement, and I'm not going to
Before you get
insult.
started, Mr. Levy,
Yeah.
let's just go ahead and acknowledge that to Ms. Loretta and staff there, we don't expect you to answer all those questions that Mr. Dennison just threw out there. I think they were meant to be more thought-provoking for the rest of us. So don't feel like you're on the spot.
Nothing to do with the staff or administration. These are strictly for board members in the community.
So we'll have to come back to some of those, but let's see if we can get back to questions for this particular presentation, and then we'll come back to some what Mr. Dennison has thrown out there to us. So do you have questions specifically for Ms. Loretta?
Yes, I do. For
Okay, go to you, Mr. Levy.
principal. Madam Principal, this is the question that I always ask of every one of the schools that comes in front of us. What additional resources do you need that we can provide to help you to become a higher rated school or to become more successful, however you define that? What additional resources can we realistically provide you? What do you need?
Well, pre-K for everyone would definitely help. When our kids enter in kindergarten, when we do our beginning of the year M-class reading assessments, we're only having about 20%, 22% that come in ready for the year ahead of them. So a pre-K program for everyone would definitely help. We found, smaller class sizes obviously to be very beneficial. And we noticed that a lot at the beginning of the year with our A and B day schedule, that the teachers were really able to focus in on what students needed when the class sizes were much smaller. Teacher assistants, obviously that's a big help as well, because they are essential in providing that classroom support and intervention support to students. So it helps us to reach more students, giving them exactly what they need to be successful.
You might want to tell you that you're the second person who said pre-K. And that, by the way, that was a junior high principal who said pre-K. So it appears to be very, very important. But let me continue along those lines. We have a pre-K program here for disadvantaged students. Are we not providing the resources? Are they not participating? What's going on? Because we have such a program. and I believe it's at Robbins. Am I wrong here? Okay.
We do have 2 pre-K classes. The students in those classes, there are some that come from NC pre-K, there are some that are served under exceptional education, and then we have a few tuition slots. So we do serve students, but it's just a small fraction of, like currently we have 24 students in our pre-K program. Last year we had about 30.
Well,
And
do we need to get the word out? Because most of a lot of 40 some odd percent, is that 42.9% or something like that of your students look like they would be eligible for pre-K, but you only have 28 to 30 students actually doing it. Is there a problem getting the word out? How can we help?
I wish I had an answer for that. It is, widely publicized. We send information out from the school, and we don't handle that here. That's handled outside of the school. It's
Okay, all right.
I think I have a question, or ask somebody a question. How many of our pre-K students are funded by the state versus how many we actually have? And probably Dr. Locklear or Dr. Grimm.
Yeah, I was going to say, we need to, thank you, Ms. Larita. We're going to let Dr. Locklear weigh in on that question. Dr. Locklear?
Yes, we're allotted a certain number of students from the state of North Carolina. And that process works through, you heard Ms. Larita talk about NC Pre-K, and that's funding that we're given from the state of North Carolina. We certainly are welcome to bring back a little deeper dive on this from our folks that work directly with pre-K, and can include some of that information in a future board update as well, to give you a little more information about how that process works. We currently, over the last couple months, Dr. Judy Hefner, who works with our NC Pre-K, has been really pushing with our local folks information out about pre-K and sharing that out. So we try to make a concerted effort to communicate and publicize that as well.
Are we doing that in Spanish and English?
Yes.
Okay, because that's, I would imagine, very important, because what I hear is that there are tuition slots, and I would figure that with the large underserved population, that there might be a waiting list of disadvantaged students. But I'm anxious to look into that perhaps a bit deeper. Secondly, I noticed that everything looks like it's going along okay, except that I still take a look at the 2017 bar graph. And the 2017 bar graph seems to show pretty good performance. And the next 2 bar graphs or next 3 bar graphs don't show that. What's been going on between, I believe it's 2017 and today? Am I clear?
You are, and that's a very good question. Thank you for asking. Unfortunately, I wasn't here at that time, so I don't really think I can attribute what caused that, because I was not here at that time. But, just know that from this point on, we are working so hard to make sure that, we're focusing on the whole child, and that we are taking everything into consideration and doing everything in our power with the data that we now have available to make sure that all of these students' needs are getting met. And we're spending a lot of time doing that.
And my next question goes to, I guess it's Dr. Locklear. I've been asking, and to the superintendent, I understand that this school and our northern schools have particular problems with poverty, and I hate to, sorry if my habit is to call the students ESL, English as Second Language, instead of ELL, English Language Learners. We have those particular hurdles that we have to get over. What I want to know is, among all our students, how are each of our schools doing with English language learners and free and reduced lunch students? In other words, controlling for poverty and English language learning. And I still haven't seen that, because that's the only way I can figure how to determine how well our schools are doing relative to each other. Because so many people tell me, well, we can't do this because we have English language learners. And do other schools do much worse with English language learners? Do other schools do much better with English language learners? Do some schools do better with lower income students? You know, it's tough. It's difficult for me to figure apples and oranges when we have so many different schools of so many different socioeconomic backgrounds. So how can I get, because I've asked many, many times, Dr. Locklear, how can I get those figures controlling for poverty and controlling for ESL?
Yes, Ms. Levy, we can reshare that out. It's in our key outcomes document, and the data that we've shared, we'll share that back out to make sure we're sharing that information with you. And as you note, it's important to see how all our schools are doing with our various subgroups in each of our schools. And it's important for our schools to know how to attack the various learning needs of all those various groups of students, like Ms. Loretta talked about today with English language learners, and how they attack language and how they learn language from a social standpoint, from an academic standpoint. So yes, sir, we'll make sure we reshare that out and point that out with you as soon as we're able.
Well, Dr. Locklear, if I might,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Levy, you invited me to participate in this conversation, did you not?
I did, of course. Well, I always invite you, Dr. Grimacy, because
Thank
you're the head guy.
Yeah, and thank you, I appreciate that. Throughout the presentation today, there were references to, there were two takeaways that I enjoyed from this presentation that reminded me of what we've done. Sometimes you've got to kind of see it actually in practice to hit the refresh button a little bit. Needless to say, there have been a lot of different interventions tried over time. What you've got today, and I think what we're seeing at Robbins, and you're going to see it, it's going to stand out more at Robbins than at other schools, but you're also going to see the influence of some of these strategies. When we talk about GLAD, when we talk about PSYOP, these are strategies that have been put in place that generally take some time to unfold. These were implemented under Dr. Bullard prior to Ms. Loretta arriving. I was on the con when we had that difficult year, and many of our Robbins teachers remember when we went from 2017 to 2018, and there'd been 3 years of really good growth and improvement in proficiency. And to be honest with you, I think, and a couple of my colleagues that are teachers, Ms. Baker and Ms. Adkins, could be just as qualified as me to answer this question. I think a lot of us were at a loss as to why there was that drop-off, because frankly, a lot of the things that you're seeing today that have contributed positively to that modest improvement that you saw right before COVID-19 came in were implemented in that last year or two as we were improving. And so I think that when we look at that research about CLAP and what is it we expect for students that have that level of language on the playground, they can pick that up in 6 to 12 months. Then that language they need that makes them strong academically, it takes multiple years to get there. I think that the only missing link is that we never did quite figure out, other than the makeup of the students, and you never want to blame the students, but the makeup of the students, the percentage of the students that were new arrivals, the percentage of students that had been in for multiple years, there was sort of I recall there was sort of some disruption that occurred during that period of time. But since I know the Robbins teachers, I know that part of their success was they didn't lose their focus. They sort of stuck with some of these strategies that were first implemented under Dr. Bullard. And now Ms. Larita has come in and despite the COVID-19 disruption, has sort of allowed the teachers to stick with the plan long enough to start seeing that if you just stick with the plan, just because you take a setback, you don't quit. You stick with it. And I think we're seeing some of that benefit. Now, I'm drawing from my own historical perspective, and I'm pulling out of this PowerPoint today. One person I want to bring into the conversation, I'm not addressing low socioeconomic status right now. I'm sticking to the English as a second language piece. Ms. Morris, you sort of came into this as our Restart School support person here, and you've had to kind of go through a quick learning process of the history of Robbins before you arrived. Have you been able to discern a little bit of maybe help us in any way unwrap a helpful response to a very good question from Mr. Levy? Because he's not the only one asking questions of this nature, you know, across the country. I mean, it's not just here; it's everywhere. We're trying to solve this riddle.
Sure. And is this question specific to our English learners' proficiency?
Yeah, well, it's broader. It gets into socioeconomic status, but let's stick to language acquisition relative to English language learners. What have you been able to see, not only at Robbins but elsewhere, where you've been asked to opine on this and pull in? Why haven't we made more progress than we have, and what is it that we're doing now that offers some promise looking ahead?
Sure, those are all great questions. And Mr. Levy, thank you for highlighting how we do have to address students' different learning needs in context of who they are as from the whole child perspective. I appreciate you highlighting differences in subgroups and how we approach learning. So what we're seeing at Robbins Elementary, I want you to frame this looking at it as a community school in context of Robbins Elementary to Elise Middle to Northmore High School. And we have to understand that with our English learners, that progress happens, but it takes longer to happen because of the difference between CALP and BICS. So our BICS language is that social language, and we're going to see that happen very quickly. And students will be able to talk to you about different items. So if you say, Mr. Levy, what did you learn about in science today? You might be able to say, well, I learned about friction. And you can kind of talk through it with your own set of language skills. However, academic language is CALP. And that is the language that's heavily tested on standardized tests, and that progresses slower. So we don't expect students to get that CALP until it's 5 to 7 years in a school setting. And so I think that's reflective in our numbers when we look at Elise Middle School. All of these students go from Robbins Elementary to Elise Middle, and you'll notice high levels of student growth at Elise Middle School, and they would never be able to do this at the middle school level if the foundation wasn't set at the elementary school level. And so in our northern community, they really view their students as joint ownership, right, amongst elementary, middle, and high. And then if you continue that trend up to Northmore, we see amazing results. Ms. Purvis at Northmore will proudly tell you about her graduation rates and the number of students who are able to go into college and then other careers through the military who are from the Hispanic population. And she'll tell you that that never would have happened had it not been for the Elise and Robbins background. So that's a long answer to tell you a little bit that this is developmentally appropriate.
Yeah, if I could, Mariah, if I could just jump in just real quickly to rescue Mr. Levy, because I know you'll go on for the next hour. The
Me or the
yeah,
board?
no,
I don't mind.
no, if
I'll listen to her for an hour.
Oh, instead of me. Okay, instead of me. But if I could just, the point, Mariah, if I could, just from, and Mr. Levy, with your permission on this, I just, the point that I had observed that I was hoping you would make, Mariah, without us rehearsing this at all, it just really came out. When it comes to English language learners, and the question is broad enough, Dr. Locklear's got a point. We can't necessarily answer the whole question today, but but on this as it pertains to the Robbins, Elise, Northmore connection. I think we see that research playing out, that foundation that's established by Robbins that may not be captured in measures in grades 3, 4, and 5 is beginning to take hold and begins to really manifest itself as you kind of make your way through middle school and high school. So when you look at Robbins, it's rather unique because it's not necessarily an isolated story. It's chapter 1 of a 3-chapter story. And so I think there is some very promising results that we see. It's just that the way that they unfold is one that requires some patience, that you have to kind of follow the whole story from beginning to end. And should there come a day where the Robbins staff is really starting to get the kind of proficiency and accelerated growth that they're pursuing, then we're really going to see something special. Because if that happens at the Robbins level, you've got some really good news ahead of you for Elise and Northmore coming ahead, because already, they're showing that unfolding taking place. Now, I'll let you two continue as long as the chair will allow you, but that was kind of the point I want to make on one aspect of an otherwise very broad question, Mr. Levy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say for clarification, I did have an entire semester at University of North Carolina at Charlotte on the difference between academic language and playground. I call it playground language because that seems to me to be always the best way to put it. But my basic interest is to figure out how well schools are doing with regard to the data. And the only way I know how to look at the data is to look at, and I know you've got a much larger group at Elise and at Robbins Elementary, but to look at the data for disadvantaged children at, I'd say, Aberdeen Elementary, and then look at the data for disadvantaged children at Robbins Elementary, and to see who's doing better with disadvantaged children. That's the way you try to compare, and I hope each one of you learns from the other. The one thing that does get to me a little bit is that I see that there are 3 separate schools and 3 separate ways to tackle the underperforming, the previous, I'll say previous because I'm an optimist, previous underperforming grades of the schools. And my question is, I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Is it, Dr. Locklear? That there are 3 different approaches and 3 different schools. I could see how Robbins Elementary is just so unique. Maybe they need a special approach. But I wonder whether that's the way to go. I'm just asking.
I think that's exemplifies the work of the Restart teams, diving into their data, diving into the specific needs of the school. So I would think that I truly do believe that's a celebration. That's a celebration of the school leadership and the team there. The work that Ms. Morris has done with them, that they've gone in, they've dug in, and they've got little different approaches. I think we'll find some similarities in their approaches, but they've all got different approaches to how they're tackling and trying to accelerate the improvement in those schools. So I would say that is a good thing. Yes, sir. And just to clarify a little bit on what I said previously about the key outcomes document, we definitely will come back with a deeper dive into those key outcomes with the subgroup data and work to get you some information on that.
I appreciate that, Dr. Locklear, so that can compare schools, compare the different schools with the subgroups, okay, controlling for poverty and ESL. And I have one last real quick question, and that is, when you do rocket time, is that time on task? And I'm talking about for most of the students, or I've seen these special times when oftentimes they're, I don't know, some students are pulled out of classes, others remain in a class, and it's not as structured, and there's not as much learning time. But is that rocket time controlled time?
It absolutely is. Some, like I mentioned earlier, some children are pulled out, which allows the teacher to have a smaller group in the classroom so they can really focus on those interventions that those students need in order to be successful. So it is very targeted to what the students that are there in front of them need. It's not just a free time for those that are remaining in the classroom. They work on, and the teachers document their specific work on the interventions that they do during that time.
And let me say just how much I appreciate all that you all do. And I can see that you're absolutely dedicated. I predict that you will become a C-rated school or a B-rated school or maybe even an A-rated school, okay? But I know, I do appreciate the barriers that you guys especially, you ladies and guys, especially have to mount. And so I appreciate your hard work and yours, Dr. Locklear.
Okay, let's move on. Is that it, Mr. Levy?
Yeah, that
I was
is.
going to say, Ms. Thompson.
First of all, I would just like to thank Ms. Larita and the team for presenting to us this afternoon and all of the information that we have provided. One of the questions that I have is, following your student return K through 5 in January from a virtual remote learning setting, have you identified specific areas for your students that you're now using the intervention on that may have been lost through the months of the students being in a virtual setting? And how problematic has that been for your team?
So when everyone came back right at the mid-year, we were able to do our mid-year assessment. So that definitely helps to inform, what we do and which students need interventions. So having everyone, or the majority of students back in the building, makes that a lot easier because we know parents have good intentions, but sometimes when students are at home doing those same things, they may have been getting a little extra help. So some of the things we looked at earlier were not as accurate. So we were able to get up-to-date information for the students in order to target the specific areas where they need the intervention. And it was an adjustment for the teachers once everybody came back in and we had to switch schedules and things like that. But the teachers dug right in and made sure that those students were getting the interventions that best met their needs.
And then my last question is for your initiatives that you have in place for the community and to include the parents specifically. What type do you have now following return to school? Are you having like outreaches for the parents? Because I know a lot of parents, they are only Spanish-speaking individuals. So, the communication barrier. What do you have in place now for parent specific?
Well, if you're not busy tomorrow night from at 6, we are having a Spring Into Reading drive-through event where we've invited all of our families to come drive through the parking lot. Each Robbins Elementary student is getting a bag with, I think it's 5 books and some activities to do with those books and a reading journal. We're also attaching activities they can do at home with their parents in order to encourage reading. So we're doing that tomorrow night. So we've just tried to think a little bit outside the box and find some different ways to get everyone involved. And we've offered different virtual events, but we're hoping that this one, where they can actually come drive through, get something, will be very successful and help our parents support their students with their reading at home.
And that begins at 6. Did you say?
I think it's 5. It's 5 to 6:30. Okay. I misspoke.
Okay.
It's 5 to 6:30 tomorrow evening.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Caldwell, any questions?
No, I will say, it just goes to show you that the D doesn't mean anything, what you guys are doing inside every classroom. So keep it up. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Mr. Hensley, questions?
Two things. One is I'd like to congratulate everyone up at Robbins for meeting the goals. That's awesome. Good, steady progress. I have one question, but I think it's more appropriate for Dr. Grimacy or Dr. Locklear. Obviously, you have to lay a foundation. You have to put a program together. The surveys across all of the Restart schools have shown significantly increased faculty and staff satisfaction, which is important. So you put these building blocks together, which are forward indicators. But other than that, what additional forward-looking indicators do you all use to say, yeah, we're making progress? We're really getting momentum now, and we're headed on the right track.
Let me start with that one, Dr. Locklear, and then you can fill in anything I leave out. I think all of our board members have a pretty good handle on that. Proficiency ultimately is the holy grail. I mean, you want to get there. You want those children at or above grade level. And there can be some debates on how quickly you need to get there and what barriers you need to remove and everything else. But I think everybody pretty much agrees that's where they want to be. Even our teachers that are in schools with very challenged populations of children, they want to get there. And I've been there in years where they thought they had it and it didn't turn out, and everybody takes it pretty hard. I mean, it's almost personal the way you take it. So a lot of times what I have to do is dial down the pressure a little bit because they're putting so much pressure on themselves. Proficiency, no question. You look out, you want the kindergartners that you have now, when they get to third grade, you want them knocking down proficiency higher than the third graders that are there now. You always want that. Growth is really the measuring stick between here and there. And so one of the things we've emphasized over these last 7 years is not looking at growth and proficiency just in 1 year at a time. You want to look at that fifth grader. You want to look at that fifth grade cohort relative to how they did in fourth grade and how they did in third grade, as opposed to this year's fifth graders versus last year's fifth graders versus the fifth graders the year before. You want to look at cohorts longitudinally over time. And if time were to permit and we turn it back to each of these groups, I think that's what they're looking at. Now, the principal and the teachers, though, they're so caught up with that 1 year that the most important thing right now is they meet in their PLTs and their MTSS groups and the school improvement teams. They're looking at beginning of the year, assessments during the year. How does it all play out at the when you get to the end of the year? And then they look back over the last 3 years. But to try to give you the final answer on that, there is no question that over 3 to 5 year period of time, we want to see each cohort improving within the cohort, and we want to see each cohort improving relative to the cohort before it. And I don't think I'm telling you anything that you haven't already said that that's what you want. I think we all agree to that. And I'd be very surprised if any one of these teams or any other teams across the county would say differently. But one of the things we have emphasized that we've really tried to incorporate, and I wish I could say that was the magic bullet, was this idea of longitudinal comparisons over time. That matters. Individual cohorts over time and cohorts compared to one another. That's truly common ground. The disagreements that we have tend to be on how we get there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Locklear or Ms. Larita, you can jump in and correct the superintendent in front of everybody if you feel free doing it. I didn't invite Ms. Morris because I know she would.
No correction, sir. You hit the nail on the head there. And that's what those school improvement teams are looking at over time and analyzing, is this working? And do we need to shift something and change it up as we move forward?
Plan the work and work the plan, right, Dr. Locklear?
Amen. Yes, sir.
I've heard you say that.
Okay. Mr. Hensley, was that all you had?
Yes, ma'am, that's it.
Mr. Holmes, some questions?
No, ma'am.
Or comments? I do have just a couple, question and comments. I got tickled at listening to the playground language, the BICS and the CALP. I know as I was teaching, trying to instruct my students in that there's a way you can talk when you're in the cafeteria, but if you're going to stand on stage addressing an audience full of adults, there's a totally different vocabulary that you might use. So my question on that is, when it's an English day or the next day is a Spanish day, what language is spoken on the playground in the cafeteria? Do you maintain that language all day long, such that their interpersonal communication then is going to only be in Spanish or only be in English? And I don't know who's going to answer that one, but what happens, teacher? You'll know what's on the playground.
Yeah, I can answer that. It's by choice. They choose. It's a little of both. I tried to provide an example. I had an English-speaking student last year at home, and she was actually a low reader in English, but she could communicate and talk to her peers in Spanish like it was nothing. So it was very impressive. Yes, that's by choice.
All right. I didn't know if you had to restrict them on the playground to, today's the English day, so everybody's in English, and put it to use that way. Another question, in talking about the pre-K programs and the desire to get more children into pre-K, which I think Mr. Levy and I have talked about this a great deal. We see a real future for that, and that may come out with support from Raleigh at some point. But where does the Northern Moore Family Resource Center play into this? Is that associated with the schools at all? Because that provides a preschool type program, doesn't it?
Yeah, Chair Carter, I'm not well versed on the details of that, but they are separate from Moore County Schools. They're certainly a partner, and we certainly partner them in the work that we do, but they are separate. Yes, ma'am.
I know I have seen a lot of the advertising going on from the Partnership for Families and Children, I believe, is the one that does the pre-K registration that's been ongoing, because there have been ads in the paper. And I know I asked Mr. Poole about that down at Aberdeen, and he said, yes, they'd send home information with every child in the school and with everyone who had mentioned looking at the school, and it had been online, and so they had done as much marketing as they possibly could, because they saw that to be an advantage as well. My other question had to do with the talent development program, because I think that is very interesting. I don't know if that's being done across all of our elementary schools at this point, or if that's something unique to Robbins Elementary, but I'd love to know more about talent development. I think you said you had about 33 students recognized at this point. What does that entail for them?
Those students get picked up by our AIG teacher, and she pulls them out and she works with them to develop critical thinking skills, just expanding on their creativity, and really reinforcing those higher order thinking skills with them to kind of actually to develop that talent that they have been said as their classroom teacher makes a recommendation, and we look at all of their available data. So she works with all of them just like she does with her regular AIG students to develop those capabilities.
It sounds like a great idea, because I know that a language barrier can keep a child from scoring well on a preliminary test, for sure, or a child who might be quite smart who has simply not had the home exposure that some others might have. So, well, thank you so much. I think that I know Mr. Levy and I are signed up to come up to Robbins in the near future for a tour of the school. Perhaps someone else will be joining us as well. But we're really looking forward to it. We're glad that all of our students are back in classroom, and they can benefit now from what you've already been able to do with their K-5, having had them back since January. So unless there are other questions, we appreciate all you have brought to us today, and all that you have been able to share. And we hope you enjoy your holiday break next week and return to make the most of that last 9 weeks of school. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, I think at this time we'll take like a 10-minute break. Mr. Eklund, if you can allow us a stretch break. We are now again live. Let us return to our agenda. Next item is the update on the plan for return of grades 6 to 12 to full-time in-person instruction. Dr. Grimsey, you're following an incredibly good presentation there on Robbins Elementary, so you got to make this one good.
Well, Madam Chair, I don't know if there's any way the presentation could be any better, but the news is very good.
Absolutely.
And I think that this is a good day for Moore County and its students and its families and its employees. We certainly believe that we'll have some bugs to work out along the way, but really this is a major step today. And so I'm looking up at the screen and I see Dr. Locklear there. And sir, I'm going to take it over to you to bring the board up to speed with some of the final planning that occurred and some of the final outcomes as we actually opened today, things that may be new to the board, and some thoughts about going forward. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Grimsey. Madam Chair, board members, as you recall, at your March 8th regular business meeting, you endorsed the motion to grant the superintendent, Dr. Grimsey, the authority to transition grades 6 through 12 to full-time in-person instruction within 15 school days, once it was allowed by law or by an applicable authorization by the governor. On March 11th, Senate Bill 2020, an act to provide access to in-person learning for students in grades kindergarten through 12, was signed into law by the governor. And that law allowed local school boards to transition grades 6-12 to full-time in-person instruction. And today, as Dr. Grimsey noted, we made that transition to our grade 6-12 students to full-time instruction. Myself and Dr. Powers would like to give you some brief updates, status updates on that transition, and a few updates on our continued management of the COVID-19 pandemic. So you can go ahead and move to the next slide, please, Laura. Throughout our time as we've managed this pandemic and we've looked to bringing our students back to instruction, as we noted before, and even beginning back in the summer of 2020, we've always used these considerations and guiding principles as our foundation for our work. First and foremost, in everything that we've done, we've, as best possible, tried to ensure the safety and wellness of our students, staff, and families. We wanted to ensure the equity in instruction for all our students. We wanted to ensure all students received a high-quality instruction, regardless of where and how it was delivered throughout this pandemic. And we knew we were going to have to be adaptable in our planning based on the fact that we knew we'd get new information, changing guidelines, laws, et cetera, from the governor's office, Department of Health and Human Services, the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, and North Carolina General Assembly. And lastly, we always wanted to strive to have clear communication with all our stakeholder groups. And as we opened up school today, we'll go to the next slide, to our grades 6 through 12 students. It's worthy to note, this is the first time we've done that for full-time, face-to-face instruction 5 days a week in over a year. We were closed down. The governor shut down schools in March 2020, and this is the first time since then that we've brought our students back full-time 5 days a week since that point. And just wanted to pause and take a moment to thank our staff, because without their incredible hard work, their diligence, their commitment to our protocols and our processes, their commitment to their students and to our schools, we would not have been able to do this, would not have been able to manage it as successfully as we have, and not have been really a leader in the state and around, I think, in the country, in the work that we're doing in being able to bring our students back. So I really just wanted to take a moment and thank our staff, our teachers, our support staff, our office staff, our administrators, our custodians, our bus drivers, cafeteria workers, maintenance workers, and central services team that are really committed to doing this work throughout really a full year of managing this pandemic. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to them and celebrate them. I also wanted to take a moment to thank our partners in this work. If we move to the next slide, we've really had some great partners that's helped us manage this throughout our time of working through the pandemic. We've had a great collaborative relationship with the Moore County Health Department You'll hear a little bit more about our partnership with the ABC Science Collaborative. But this is a group that's led by the Schools of Medicine at Duke University and the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, that's really been studying the COVID-19 pandemic and how it's being managed in schools. And we've been able to be really an early partner with them in this work and this study. And they've been very helpful and very beneficial to us in looking at this and following the data and following the science. We also want to thank First Health of Carolinas, especially in their partnership and helping our staff getting vaccinated. Really appreciating them jumping in and being an incredible partner in that work. And last but certainly not least, the partnership we've had from our parents, from our students, and from the broader community throughout this time and throughout this work. Without their patience, the grace they've afforded us, and without their commitment to following the expectations that we asked them to follow, we just certainly would not have been able to do this. So we just want to take a moment to thank them. And so we move into the next slide, a little bit of what this looks like as we've began back today, full-time face-to-face instruction with our 612 students. As noted, previously we were under Plan B, where we had two cohorts. We had a cohort of students in grade 612 coming on Monday, Tuesday, cohort coming on Thursday, Friday. These are now attending together every day. We still have an all virtual option that's available for our students. So any students who still want to remain in that virtual option have been able to do so. Since we announced that we were transitioning to full-time, 5 days a week, face-to-face instruction around March 11th, we've had approximately, as of last week, we had approximately 51 students who requested a virtual option and 29 who requested to transition back from virtual to in-person instruction. The data up through this past Friday, there were a few more students over the last week who requested that. We now have about 63 students, about 12 more students who requested an all virtual option. And we have about 37 who've requested to come back to face-to-face instruction. And in each of those situations, the schools and the principals have worked through each of these requests with the parent. We go to the next slide, please, Laura. Something that is critical as we're transitioning back to having all of our students back at the same time. We know that we now have gone from 6 feet of physical distance, what's now being asked to try to ensure 3 feet physical distance, is we're going to continue to stay committed to having all our students, staff, and visitors that would be required to wear masks. This is what the guidance requires us to do. We also know from our collaboration with the ABC Science Collaborative and their work and their study of the data, and we're one of these districts that they studied that were offering at least Plan B and Plan A as we began the school year, that when you have a high adherence to masking, 90% or greater adherence to masking, then you see that there's very limited secondary transmission of infection in the classrooms. And when you don't have that, that's where you see that secondary spread start to happen. They also did some studies in Georgia where there was limited mask adherence, and they saw increased secondary transmission. So the adherence to that masking standard is going to be very critical as we continue to move forward and try to limit the situations where we've got having to quarantine a classroom or a group. We want to limit that as best possible, and one of our best weapons against that is the strict adherence to masking. We'll go to the next slide, please. But with masking, as we always have since we began our time of bringing students back, there is the allowance of mask breaks, and those will continue per Department of Health and Human Services guidelines. We take students outside where they're physically distanced and allow them to have mask breaks. We also, it's worthy to note that daily symptom screenings, including temperature checks, are no longer required. So beginning today, parents probably notice, or students probably notice, that their temperatures are no longer being taken as they're being screened to come into school. But we are required to continue to ask 2 exposure screening questions. And so those are continuing as we screen our students and bring them into school and screen visitors as they come into school. Visitors will be limited. We will continue to have strict governance of student mass movement and transition. Next slide, please. We've noted that there will be minimal physical distance in classrooms during lunch and on school buses. Is worthy to note that School transportation now under Plan A allows for 2 students per seat at the secondary level and 3 students per seat at the elementary level. And we will continue to make strong efforts to manage lunch as safely as possible, including utilizing cafeterias to spread students apart, allowing students to eat outside when possible. We're going to continue to make every effort we can to maintain appropriate physical distancing. And so for a few more updates on our continued management of the pandemic, I want to turn it over to Dr. Powers, a little more information about ABC Science Collaborative, and a little more information, updates around our management of the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Powers.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Yeah, as Dr. Locklear mentioned, our partnership collaboration with the ABC Science Collaborative has been extremely helpful as we've worked our way through the pandemic over the course of this school year. It was developed by the Duke School of Medicine, the Duke Clinical Research Institute, and it's co-led by both Duke physicians and UNC Chapel Hill physicians as well. At this point, there are now 33 school districts who have become a part of the collaborative and are working with them. Moore County Schools is very proud to say that we were one of the original 11 school districts to start work with the collaborative, also known as the ABC 11. So we have provided data as a part of that partnership throughout the school year, and that data specifically has been used in their research, and the research that has been published and shared with the CDC, which has helped to inform decisions about reopening schools, not just here in Moore County or in North Carolina, but actually, across the nation. So very proud of the fact that Moore County Schools could be a part of that. The partnership offers a number of benefits, one of which is just the information and the guidance they're able to provide. They offer webinars, live webinars that any staff members can participate in, anywhere from just general information about the virus in the beginning to additional resources needed to combat COVID, additional resources needed to safely reopen schools. So those are some of those things. I'll also share that just being a part of this collaborative, we've and then being out in front as well and leading the reopening of schools. We've been doing this since August, but it was very affirming to hear from the collaborative that many of the things that we had planned for were the right things and we were doing the right things. In relation to data collection, they helped us to know what types of data to collect, and for example, specifically, secondary transmission data and how important that was, that we weren't necessarily collecting in the very beginning, but then quickly did start to collect, based on our work with them, which was great. I think a final key benefit of this partnership as well is the fact that we have been so closely associated with them. We've been a part of the research. To me, I think that gives our school district a legitimacy with our parents and with our community that perhaps other school districts that have not been a part of this work don't share, because we've been a part of their success and the success that's been shown in their research. And I think that says a lot. So again, very proud of that partnership. Next slide, Laura. Just a little update around quarantine management and our continued collaboration with the Moore County Health Department. I can't emphasize enough, and as does the health department weekly as we meet, the importance of the 3 W's, wearing our masks, washing our hands, waiting, and distancing as our best weapons against COVID. We'll continue to do those things as much as possible. And although we will not be able to have 6 feet of social distancing at all times in our schools, when we can have 6 feet, we will continue to have 6 feet when it's possible. And of course, always continue to push for adherence to masking, which with the limited social distancing is our best weapon against spread. As we have talked about, we have in the past had to do at times some temporary shifts to remote learning. That could be a possibility now with bringing 612 back as well, although we don't anticipate it, to be honest. I'm going to share more on the next slide related to vaccinations, and you'll see why we are hopeful that we won't have the need for where we're not able to operationalize school because we have so many staff members out, and that comes along with vaccinating staff members. I'll talk more about that in just a moment. Quarantines will continue to be determined based on CDC and DHHS guidelines in consultation always with the health department. Some of our quarantining, especially at the elementary level, where we have been back in school now for 9 weeks with the elementary, and we kind of know what to expect there. We no longer expect to have to automatically quarantine a whole classroom or automatically quarantine a whole bus when there's a positive. We're going to be given the options of just looking at students who are within that 6 feet of the positive individual, and can then start to just quarantine smaller groups instead of larger groups, which we're very thankful for. And we expect that to, after we're back in school with our 612 for a few weeks, we expect those quarantine guidelines to be loosened a bit more for them as well once we see what is the transmission going to look like, or what will it look like? So, and I do want to share that the Moore County Health Director, Robert Whitman, he continues to be and remain in full support of what we're doing as a district. He's always complimentary of our work and the things that we've done to make schools safe and healthy places for our students and staff. And he's glad to see that we've returned everyone to face-to-face learning as of today. Next slide. Oops, I went the wrong direction. There we go. An update to our vaccination plan. At this point, basically, I can say that our Moore County Schools vaccination plan is complete. If we do still have some staff members who continue to want to be vaccinated, we certainly will assist them in getting those appointments made. There may have been some staff who were under quarantine during the staff vaccinations that we had a couple of weeks ago. We'll continue to help them. We can share that as of last week, we had approximately 888 Moore County School staff who had received their first and second doses of vaccine through First Health. Very excited for that. We also know, although we don't know the exact number, we also have many staff that were vaccinated through other providers, through their own physician, or through pharmacies such as Walgreens. And it's very exciting to say, spring break's coming up next week. Once we return from spring break, basically everyone who received their vaccination as a part of our Moore County Schools vaccination plan will be 2 weeks beyond their second dose, and all of our staff members will be fully vaccinated at that point. Very exciting, as once a person is fully vaccinated, if there were to be an exposure to that person, as long as they are not symptomatic, they are not required to quarantine. So, when we think about keeping our schools open, the fact that we would not have to, for our vaccinated staff, which is the vast majority of our staff, we would no longer have to worry about staffing and quarantines from staffing being an issue that we would have to consider as we keep our schools open. So that's very exciting. Next slide. And then finally, I did want to provide an update to you as a result of the new Executive Order 204 from Governor Cooper last week, where he did again expand spectator attendance at indoor and outdoor venues. So this is important, obviously, for our middle and high schools with athletic events and also performing arts events as we get into the spring and into that season. Outdoor venues are now allowed to operate at 50% of their seated fire code capacity with a minimum of 6 feet of social distancing and no cap. Indoor venues are also able to operate at 50% of seated fire code capacity and no cap, but again, with a minimum of 6 feet social distancing. So if you put 50% in your indoor venue and you can't 6 feet socially distanced, that's not allowable. So your percentage would come down. It's whatever percentage you could get in, up to 50%, where 6 feet of social distancing is possible. And then finally, just a reminder, when we, in the absence of those seated fire code capacities that we might not have, in some of our outdoor venues, at that point, that capacity is determined by 7 people per 1,000 square feet of seating is how that would be determined, just as a reminder.
And piggybacking on that information from Seth, just as some general information, I think a celebration to kind of end our update is our high school principals have worked with their students and staff, and we will be able to offer, our high schools will be offering the opportunity for our seniors to be able to celebrate prom this year. They're looking for creative ways to do that at each school, and I think that's a celebration for our kids and for our staffs at our high schools. And so each high school principal and their staff is going to discuss that information with their seniors. They're going to offer that for their seniors. And it's also a celebration that we will be having, be planning for maybe more of a traditional graduation this year as well. And our high school principals will be announcing that information to their seniors. So those are, I think, 2 positives to end the update on. And again, our high school principals will be getting more information out of their students and parents and community. So we're certainly open to any questions and discussion you may have at this time.
Wonder if that news has already been posted on Facebook. I figure whoever's watching is immediately shot it out there. But good news there, especially for graduation. Although the 3 graduations that were held this past year in the parking lots were beautifully done. A little hot, but they were still
And the parades were fun too.
highly respectful, and they accomplished the deed of recognizing several thousand children, and but we'd love to go back to a little more normal progression there. Yeah. Do we have questions or comments for Dr. Grimacy or Mr. Locklear or Dr. Powers? Excuse me, Dr. Locklear.
I just wanted to say thank you to all our administrators and staff, and also thank you to the board. I think that the pilot got it wrong this weekend, and I think they frequently get it wrong, because our board should take a victory lap. Because each person on this board, in his own way, from the superintendent on down to each and every person on this board, did everything possible to open up our schools 5 days a week. Mm-hmm. My daughter works as a school teacher in the Los Angeles Unified School District. I won't bore you with their problems, but when you compare it to Moore County Schools is the Garden of Eden. It's an oasis. You don't want to be in a city like Los Angeles, and I think the number one reason for that, and while I do congratulate and thank our administrative staff and our principals, I believe it's our teachers. Because I believe in these urban school districts that we've seen all across the country, and some even in North Carolina, the teachers have sometimes balked at reopening schools. Every single teacher I talk to, I've talked to many, and I know all y'all have talked to many. Each and every one of them said, I want these kids back. I want to go back to regular learning, and I want to go back to, as much as possible, the way it was with regular learning. And when you have everyone united in that way, we get to take a victory lap. Everyone does. And I think it's a triumph for Moore County Schools.
Thank you. Mr. Hensley, you had a hand up.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a couple statements and then a couple questions for Mr. Powers and Mr. Locklear. So I am so happy to see this. Moore County should lead the way and show other districts how it's done. In relationship to what Mr. Levy said, I've talked to teachers, and most of the teachers and staff who've reached out to me did, like Mr. Levy said, believe that the students belonged in the classroom, and this shows a lot of dedication towards that. Our students, faculty, and staff are exactly where they should be. I also want to say that I understand and appreciate all the hard work throughout the entire system, central office, schools, principals, administrators, teachers, everyone, because restarting systems is extraordinarily difficult. And I haven't heard any complaints, and today's D-Day, so, you know, it must have happened fairly smoothly. To the superintendent, I will say that I hope the days of quarantining entire buses, classrooms, or even schools are over. That was extraordinarily difficult on everyone, the transition. It looks like we're given a lot more leeway in that, so that's good news. A couple questions on things that were presented. Actually, one question. On the athletic and performing arts attendance, the 6 feet social distancing, did they give any allowance for families, family clusters?
Yes, yes, people that reside in the same household are allowed to be, do not have to socially distance.
Okay, good. That's good news. And then finally, for athletic tickets and whatnot, I had received several comments, and I was remiss in not passing these up about during the pandemic, they went to, you had to have a smartphone, you had to pay a fee and this and that. And I don't know what the current policy is, but I think I think we need to look at re-examining whether, you know, we need to require, you know, families to have smartphones and pay additional fees and all to get into the athletic and performing arts events. I don't know what the solution to the ticketing, you know, the ticketing should be, but it should be revisited. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is there an update on ticketing, gentlemen? I'm not aware of any changes here recently, but is there any updates there?
No, we do continue to use the electronic ticketing, you know, at this point as an option. In general, there also is now at this point, there should still also be an option for, if there's space available, you know, to come in to also be able to pay at the gate. And we'll have to see as we go forward where we go with that. But we are still doing the electronic ticketing.
Any provisions for low-income families that may not have the sophistication that's needed? Is there? It sounds like there's an accommodation there somewhere. Go ahead, Dr. Powers.
Yes, sir. There is. And again, at this point they still can also pay at the gate, but also understanding that with limited capacity, you know, if you have pre-bought your tickets and then the event is sold out, then it is sold out. You would not have the opportunity to pay at the gate.
I see. Okay. Still work in progress.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Cobble.
First, David, I was just going to let you know, I'll let you know in a half hour because my daughter comes home at 3:30.
Let us know how it went.
I'm
Is
sure
she
it
not
went fine.
incredibly excited to
She
be
was
back
so
full-time?
nervous. It was like the first day of school. Yeah, she was very nervous, but she was excited nervous. She woke
Mr.
up
Hensley,
early.
how about your daughters? Were they excited to go back?
Okay, so 2 things on a personal note. The first thing is my daughters last week said, "Dad, can we go virtual, 100% virtual?"
Mine said that too.
And my answer was no. And the 2 thing is there may have been an informal prom for Pinecrest this last weekend. I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of an informal prom.
I did have a question for Dr. Locklear. Just to clarify, you said 63 students went virtual. Is that for middle school and high school, or is that just middle school? Or is that for everybody?
Yes, ma'am. We had 63 who requested it from middle and high school. Of those requests, we had 14 of those who went fully into Connect. Okay. And then the remaining ones worked out their specific situations with their schools. And so in each of those situations, the schools and the principals worked with, you know, this is what this would look like. Here are the classes that would be available, you know, all those different parameters with that, and work through each of those situations with the parents.
So is it fair to say that we cut down on some of the virtual learning for middle school teachers, so they're not having to do both?
My apologies. Well, I would say that we tried to do that coming into the second semester. We have a lot less instances of that than we did in the first semester. Mm-hmm. Where we tried to make sure we scheduled it in such a way where we didn't see a lot of that. We have more of that at the high school level than we do at the middle school level. So yes, ma'am, we have been able to cut down on the instances that's happening. We also had, of the 37 students who requested to come fully back into Plan A, face-to-face 5 days a week, we were able, based on the situations of those families, 7 of those fully came back. So again, in each of those situations, the schools are working with those parents and making sure that it comes out to the best resolution possible.
Great, thank you.
The net change is only 26, so we're looking at just over 24 students in a net change, which is very manageable.
Yeah, that's great.
Ms. Thompson?
Today is where we've been trying to get to for a whole year. Whenever we started and shut down last March, we didn't feel like it was going to be a year, and it ended up virtual through the end of the year. And then in August, we went back, Plan B. So today is just awesome for our whole Moore County School District. I too want to thank Dr. Grimacy and our senior leaders, our principals, teachers, staff, just everyone within the school district, as well as our community, our parents, for hanging in there with us. We, of course, heard so many parents say open schools. We heard so many parents say, please don't open schools. We've had people to call us personally saying, I'm afraid for my students to go back. So we have gone through that. And it's just an awesome day in Moore County today to have the schools open, to have a high percentage of our staff vaccinated with at least one shot. And within a week or so, they'll have their second COVID vaccine. So that, I think, makes them feel a whole lot safer and a safer environment. And Dr. Grimacy, just thank you for your leadership. We've gone through different plans. We've had to switch out. We've had to revise. And it's just been an amazing feat to try to get through. We're just glad to be here on this day.
Mr. Holmes or Mr. Dennison?
Yes, I just want to point out, it was on October the 5th last year that the previous board approved opening our schools for all students with the K-5 on January the 4th, and then 6/12 whenever the restrictions would allow for that, and ask them to go ahead and start planning on that. My question is, when the decision was finally made in March, because the 8th of March this year, the board approved the 15-day leeway for Dr. Grimacy to go ahead and do what we had said was okay to do in October. How did the planning for it? I know there were a lot of changes you had to make. You had how many virtual, how many in school, parents, buses, nutrition, new regulations, but how did the planning go in that period of time that allowed you to have some things at least under control when all these other things started?
Thank you, Mr. Dennison. It gives me an excuse to thank the whole board because the discretion that the board afforded us at that last meeting really put us in a situation where those last final changes that came from the state, and there were like two after the board took action. We had two layers of definition for what we had, allowed us to adapt. But the good news was that each of those changes made it easier to bring the students back. None of them made it more difficult. It actually made it easier. And in one case in point was that the ABC Science Collaborative and other sources had done enough research that we knew that all that effort put into screening had very little return on it. It really, as Dr. Powers or somebody I think reported in the School Board Monthly Update or something, we had a total of maybe 42 individuals who during the screening process we found had some symptom that required them to be set aside until we could get them tested. And it was maybe a one-digit number that actually turned out to have infections. There was another lesson learned. At that point, there was no longer any ambiguity. There was no more fear. There was science that was actually proving. And it's one of the great benefits we had working with the collaborative. So the long and short of it is that the board did precisely what you hope a good board does, and that's trust the staff to move forward on behalf of the children. What's in the best interest of the children? The board had a consensus of what it wanted. It gave us the discretion to respond. The only part of me that wishes we'd gone a week earlier is the part of me that wishes we could have been first. Had we gone on the 22nd, we would have been among the first in the state. But that extra week allowed our principals to have time to refine those one-to-one arrangements with parents who were really uncertain about which way they wanted to go. And so we got hopefully we'll find out today, did we get transportation right? We want to make sure we had that. But the other thing was to afford some extra time for our principals to make sure they got it right with their staff and parents. And so I just want to thank the board, follow up, going back to what Mr. Levy opened with. I think the board got it right, afforded us the opportunity, and I hope we got it right. I hope the week shows that we did.
So how many districts are there going to be that everyone's going back full time?
Well, as of today, there's 12, and we're tied for third. I think for those that are keeping track, for those that have a bracket on the return of schools back to all K through 12 being in. But right now, the tide has been turned, and I think that given the governor's announcement last week, he's now settled on the fact that everybody needs to come back to full-time in-person instruction. So it's my hope that maybe by the end of April into early May, we'll have all of North Carolina up to where we are.
Well, my thanks for a job well done to everyone.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the staff, thank you.
I still think we paved the way. I mean, in August,
We'd like to think.
we were the ones that were pretty much on board about going, 2 days, 3 days off. So I think we did a great job.
I have a granddaughter in a neighboring county and in second grade, and they are still just 4 days a week.
Yeah.
And their board has made no movement at all toward saying, let's go ahead and do 5 days. The teachers are saying we're overwhelmed with professional development on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
And they would like to be back with their students because they're doing that and providing some virtual learning. But I do know that some other systems have attempted to bring back high schoolers who have been totally virtual all this year and through last spring, and they're not getting good results because kids are not showing up. So I'll be interested in seeing how our return process went today, hoping that our kids are still taking it seriously, our parents are taking it seriously, and can make a difference. And to Mr. Hensley's comment about inside seating, Mr. Levy and I both went to North Moore this weekend for the fantastic performance of The Lion King, and in there the rows were very carefully marked off. Every other row was unavailable, and family groups sat together. So there'd be a group of 4 and a minimum of 6 feet, and then down there might be a group of 6, a row between us, whatnot. So it was very carefully done to keep groups at least that 6 feet apart, but not to simply waste space either. And again, they did take up money at the door to pay for tickets, but I know that the whole process with our athletic program is that's touchless entry. There's no money changing hands and no tickets being swapped in and out, so a little bit further protection for the folks that are working the gates as well. But a very valid point about if you don't have the right kind of phone, there are people still with flip phones, and it doesn't always work well to purchase a ticket online. So that may be the way of the future, but it may be something that has to be addressed as well. So
I think we also have to give a lot of credit to North Moore. In the middle of a pandemic, they put on a professional, wonderful performance that was worthy of an actual professional group. So both to their band director and I believe their drama director, we have to give not only thanks, but we also have to remember that when we dole out the money, we have to remember the arts, because the arts are a very, very important part of what we do here in the school system.
I was also reminded of what a nice campus that is now that we drove in and drove to the back and could see the new addition sitting back there, and the fact that those trailers are being taken apart to be pulled out of the parking lot as well. So that was a nice experience also, but all things good here today. So
Let me just make one other comment, Bob, what you talked about for the arts. The last 3 or 4 years when they have the NCTC, the North Carolina Theater Group or something, our 3 high schools have always come in 1, 2, and 3. They always haven't been in the same order, but they've always been 1, 2, and 3, at least 4 years in a row.
Always
right.
good.
We're forgetting Mr. Phillip.
I looked at him and he didn't have
Well,
anything.
somebody,
I was
it's
gonna say,
okay.
I looked at him and he didn't.
Someone cut him off when he was about to speak.
I'm not
Mr.
mad
Holmes, would
at
you
him.
like to add to that?
Everybody, we've all been talking about and patting, whoever on the back. We're all in this together. I commend Dr. Grimacy, the senior staff, principals, teachers, and all their diligence in returning to school. And I really do thank everybody, and I know everyone worked really hard. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any other questions or comments for the reopening of schools? We'll eagerly wait on an update, I guess, on April 12th when we come back to see how this first 4 days went. And somebody asked me why we would do 4 days and then take the time off. And I said, I can remember back in the days of getting to teach 3 or 4 days before Labor Day and how valuable that Labor Day weekend always was, because you reassessed everything you had done with a new class of students, whether it's your room arrangement or, your seating plan or just what it might be. So you came back in after that break with a fresh look at things and ready to start again. So the timing may be absolutely perfect, and we'll just figure that it was. All right, let us move on then to item number C, the update on emergency relief funding.
Yes, ma'am, and I'll introduce Mr. Cox to provide that update on a matter that I know is of great interest to board members and the public. Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy, Madam Chair, members of the board. I guess Laura, are you going to present or do you want me to present? Sorry for, okay. So back in on March 1st, when we presented the budget, we gave the board an update or information around elementary and secondary school emergency relief 2 funding. And today we have learned a little more information on that ESSER 2 funding. And we're going to provide an update on that, as well as another piece, ESSER 3 funding, an update to the board and where we are with all this ESSER funding. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. You see here, the black is information that we shared previously last month during the budget update. The blue is new information that we have learned since that time. And I'll just go over all of it again. The ESSER 2, or the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief 2, it was authorized as part of the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2021. The State Board of Education heard preliminary information on ESSER 2 funding in February. At their March meeting, which happened after our March board meeting, they approved allotment policy manual provisions. That's kind of guardrails around how the funds can be used and how it's to be allotted out. We're still expecting to receive $7.8 million as part of ESSER 2. During a special called State Board of Education meeting on March 15th, the State Board got a preview of the funding application that is supposed to roll out on April 1. They approved that funding application, and since that time, DPI has shared a preview of the application with districts, so we'll know what is in the application. That application is expected to open electronically for districts to start submitting on April 1. And that application on the next, is it's a federal funding application. It holds, and we're held to the same standard as all other federal grants, just like our Title I application. And the application will also have budgeted items, anticipated impact of budget in that application as well. We do have a district-wide team right now who are working on putting a plan together and getting that information together to submit that application as soon as possible. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. Locklear to talk a little bit about the allowable uses and some of the things we have been talking about and how we plan to use these funds.
Thanks, Andrew. As Andrew noted, this federal application notes the allowable uses, which is similar to ESSER 1. which says the allowable uses are about preparing for, responding to, and preventing the spread of COVID-19, and that includes several categories. The first, maybe one of the most important categories, is addressing the learning loss and resources and staffing that you put in place to address learning loss and summer learning programs. And this is going to be part of what we're utilizing these funds to plan for our summer learning program, summer school that's upcoming in the summer. We also know that there's House Bill 82 that's out in the General Assembly right now. It hasn't been approved yet. That will govern and give some parameters around what summer school will look like over the next year to two. But these are the funds we'll be putting forth and planning that, and our staff's already, based on what those that proposed law is saying, is already working to plan that. When you're talking about addressing summer loss as well, this is going to mean additional staffing. This is mean extended day programming, professional development, resources to help support what teachers are doing in the classroom. You talk about staffing that's going to directly support and touch students and help with the work that's going on in our classrooms. And also help to directly support what our teachers are doing. It also includes allowable categories of facility repairs and improvements. And these capital projects can include HVAC upgrades for improved air filtration, or just to ensure operational fidelity. We've got HVAC systems that are at end of life or beyond end of life. This can include water heaters, water dispensers, more sanitary way of dispensing water with the bottle fillers. It can include other capital infrastructure needs that, and Mr. Baraff is working on prioritizing the list and putting that together as part of this application. It also can include technology, education technology, hardware, software, infrastructure needs to support that. Your hardware can be refresh of devices. Certainly Ken Eklund and his team is looking at that. Software can be not only software that will help us make sure we're reaching the learning needs of our students and looking at how we expand upon that with what we're currently utilizing and what we're analyzing to potentially use. Can also mean software that helps us make sure we're keeping those devices secure, we're keeping our networks up. All of that has an impact on learning and teaching. Infrastructure can be everything from servers to other infrastructure needs. You're also aware of the need to put in generators at our server site to make sure that we're able to keep those systems up and going if we lose power during an emergency time. This funding can also be used to support child nutrition services, of course, sanitation and PPE supplies, mental health services, and in general, resources to support our principals and leaders in our schools. And Andrew's noting there, the funding should be available no later in July, and will be available through 2023. Andrew?
Thanks, Dr. Locklear. If you go on to the next slide, Laura, please. So this is new information since the board last met in March. This is part of, or actually it's the ESSER 3, which is part of the American Rescue Plan 2021 that was signed into law by President Biden, North Carolina is estimated to receive $3.6 billion as part of ESSER 3. And I'll just note that ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 combined provided $2 billion to the state. At this time, we have not been provided an estimate amount of how much Moore County schools will receive, but this just puts in perspective how much money that the state is to receive. There will be a similar allowability of use to ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 with these ESSER 3 funds. One main difference between ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 is, as part of the legislation, it says we are required to spend 20% of the funding we receive to address learning recovery through evidence-based interventions that respond to students' academic, social, and emotional needs. And that's written into the legislation there from the federal government. These funds will not expire till September 30th, 2024. And that's really all the information that we have at this time. Well, we do have one more piece. The state board is going to hear a little more information during their April board meeting around this. At this time, that's all the information we have related to ESSER 3. once more information becomes available, we'll certainly keep the board updated. And that same district team will be working to put a plan into place whenever an application is available. We anticipate it to be a funding application similar to what was done or what is being done for ESSER 2. And that district team will be working to provide information for that application and bring an update back to the board when we have that information for ESSER 3. Dr. Locklear, myself, and Dr. Grimacy are available to take any questions that you may have around this funding at this time.
Any questions here?
I have a comment about just thinking in my head about the generators, because last year I remember us losing food because of when the power went out. That would be such a great essential thing to have to keep our refrigerators going and freezers.
Is that a question, Ms.
Yeah,
Caldwell?
I mean, it's a question comment. Yeah.
All right, let me thank you for bringing that up, because I think some other board members may have some questions on the capital side of this. Your priorities for capital are what's guiding the preliminary conversations. We don't have real, as the gentleman pointed out, we don't have real specific direction on what this is going to play out. But obviously, where we went with respect to the capital opportunities, HVAC systems, IT support, you can look at power generators, but the amount of money that we have is going to be substantive enough that we can actually go into the board's standing priorities that the board has already approved and have that inform what we might consider. Each of those are pretty big ticket items, but they're all on the table. So if you go back and look at your own priorities and see wherever you've had some of your needs that relate to HVAC systems, IT support. It could involve power generators, especially in some categories, Ms. Caldwell. That'll kind of get you into the ballpark of what we'll be looking at from a capital standpoint. As far as the instructional side, I think clearly the emphasis has been on crisis recovery. So think in terms of, my order to the staff has been, think in terms of crisis recovery. If you go back to last March through August, it was about crisis response. From August to now, it's been crisis management. All right, well, with this money, the intention of the federal government has been, I think, a little bit of crisis management, but mainly crisis recovery. So we look at when the EOGs and the EOCs come back this year, what will they tell us about what needs to be recovered, okay? And so, that's going to involve more time. It's going to, for students, it's going to involve more time for teachers. You look at summer. There's not a whole lot of ways to add time during the school year unless you look at things like rocket time, but even that's somewhat limited. So the only way to get more time is to get children with more adult exposure, which means more adults working with the same number of children, dividing them up. And so you look at more teachers or more teacher assistants. But it's federal money and it's not going to last long. So whatever it is you do, you got to be right up front and understand that it's okay for this crisis recovery period, but it's not necessarily going to be anything you can just use to plug in for anything permanent. So the staff has been giving a lot of time and effort to taking what little bits of information it has about what's allowable and then looking at what options are there so that we can come back with a plan that is one that the board can support. Now, we're not required to get board approval, and we haven't quite decided yet exactly how to engage with you all because there's going to be quick turnarounds, well, at least on the ESSER 2 money. We don't know enough about the ESSER 3 money yet. But that portal's going to open on the 1st. There's no way we're going to be ready to come back with a plan on the 12th. Is the May meeting too late? There's that window there. And if y'all have any input, be happy to take it. But we haven't quite figured out. We can't give you a timeline right now because we don't have a timeline ourselves. But that's the best I can do. I started with power generators, Ms. Caldwell, and I expanded it pretty broadly. But I wanted to add to what the gentleman had said previously. We've been really trying to hang on every little bit of information we've gotten from DPI on this and try to get ourselves postured in a way that we can put a plan together pretty quickly once we know what all the rules are. And that may be one of them. Yeah, a lot of opportunities there. But the thing I can tell you about capital is one of the easier areas because the board has done a good job of making clear its priorities. We've already got a list, and then we just have to look at what on that list applies and then look at the dollars and see how those balance out with the other needs that we have and what the allowable provisions are. Anybody want to follow up on that?
Let's see if Mr. Holmes has any questions about it.
I'm going to start
I don't want to
with
overlook
him
you
this
this time. So. Okay. Let's start at this end. Mr. Hensley, do you have any questions?
I think Ms. Caldwell and Dr. Grimacy covered most of what I wanted, and that is, we have a pre-existing list of priorities, and I think that the board should have input on how this money's spent. It's a great time to exercise fiscal responsibility and exercise our priorities. And if we add some that we find, such as generators for IT servers and refrigerators, I don't remember that being on the previous list. Maybe it is, but I think the board as a whole would like to have input on how this money is spent, both on the capital and the operational side, because obviously there's needs on both. But what a great opportunity to take care of some of that $100+ million of unfunded capital repairs, improvements, maintenance, whatever you want to call it.
I hope we have. I hope it just fits well with your meetings in May. I'm kind of hoping that would be nice if we could get there. Give us a couple of weeks to put a plan together for you, and then have everybody talk about it in May. If we've got I think it's going to end up being the sooner we get our plan in, the sooner we get the money available. So I think we'll have some flexibility there to make that happen.
There are large chunks of our unfunded capital repairs that you guys covered in the brief that looks like this funding will be able to cover, such as AVAC, hot water, and whatnot. So that's great.
Yep.
Mr. Dennison? Mr. Levy?
Yes. First of all, I actually got some feedback from a few people on this money, assuming that ESSER, that the first ESSER money is $7 million, which is what the administration is expecting, and since the third ESSER money, ESSER 3, is more overall than the second, the $7 million, we can figure about $15 million. So a lot of people feel that we are now going to be cash rich because we've got $15 million. And it's just not so. We have $120 million, I believe that's it, in past due needed repairs. I want to make sure that the board has input in this. So therefore, I'm going to make a motion. And the motion is that that before this money is allocated, or I guess requested, because you have to put it into a request, and you send out the request, and you have to say exactly what you want in the request. So my motion would be that the board have a meeting on that, and that if it does not work with our regular meeting, that we call a special meeting, because we're not going to find $15 million anyplace else. And I want to make sure of two things for myself. Number one, that we don't create, and I know Dr. Grimacy has actually said this, that we don't create any liabilities in out years. In other words, hiring personnel based on this $15 million today, that in the out years, when we don't have this money, we're going to have to find some money to pay them, and we're going to have to cut something else. And number two, I hope that the emphasis will be on this backlog. I would love to see us have money to do some really interesting things like pre-K and things like that. But when you have $120 million of repairs that you haven't made, then that's pretty much where the money has got to go, assuming that we can find enough of those repairs to fit into what the federal government wants us to do. So with that, my motion is that,
Mr. Levy, let me stop you on that. Since this was not noticed as a business meeting, and we did not publicize that we would be taking any actions this meeting,
Well, what I would suggest, because it's a very appropriate.
The promise by Dr. Grimacy is just fine with me.
I was going to say,
Yeah,
I think that we can.
Dr. Grimacey's
I think
man of
if
his
you went
word.
around the board today and everybody expressed the same sentiment, I did not intend to say anything today that would indicate that there isn't any willingness to work with getting the board's leadership, identified. I was just explaining why I don't have a timeline for you. That's the only,
Okay.
that was the only purpose in my statement. So if that is the desire of the board, to the extent that the board would even be willing to have a separate meeting just for that
And
topic.
we certainly can.
That gives me
certainly
the
can do it.
impression, unless anybody's got some other alternative view on that.
With so many uncertainties still at this point with what it can be used for. And as Mr. Hensley pointed out, we already know we've got a 1 through 21 or whatever it was on our immediate list. And those things are going to be ticked off as quickly as possible where allowable. So we know that that's the first inroads we'll make on those capital issues. And a lot of those capital things they're not immediate needs, and they won't apply to this money anyway. But I think that we will be hearing on April 12th, I'm sure, if there is any additional information available at that point. And if an extra meeting is necessary, we certainly can call one.
Yeah,
But
I wouldn't.
I would encourage us not to
That's
try and take an
satisfactory.
action today, since we didn't advertise. that we'd
I
be
don't
taking
expect
any
to have a
action.
plan ready by the 12th,
Well-
with the portal not opening till the 1st, but certainly the May meetings could be achievable, or if the board is willing to conduct a separate meeting just for that purpose, then that opens up the door to us having that opportunity. So, and, it would be helpful to do that. So I'm seeing a lot of heads.
Yeah, I
nodding
think that
on-
we'll all be very interested in seeing what can be accomplished. I did have one question, and I think I know the answer to this already, but summer school and enrichment programs cannot be required. Is that correct?
Unless the General Assembly says that they are. And so, but Dr. Locklear, I heard Dr. Locklear's voice there. Go ahead.
It will be required for us to offer it. It will not be, you cannot require a student to attend it. That's correct.
Yeah, that's what I had
Based
thought.
on the laws as they now stand, we'll see where the General Assembly falls down on that. It would be highly unique for the General Assembly to pass a law mandating summer learning. So, but anything's possible, Madam Chair.
We certainly hope to be able to offer it in such a way and promote it in a positive way, as a great opportunity for our students. And we have our principals and our school teams and staff working on that and thinking about creative ways to offer, accelerated learning opportunities this summer to promote our students taking advantage of it.
I might add that the summer plan, which is going to be 3C, has illicit as being optional. And there are a lot of technicalities for what you can do with summer school.
That is correct. Yeah, I think we've all had that option to look at the summer testing plan, so we know some planning's underway, and we just can't mandate it for students to have it happen. Well, as I think everybody has agreed, this is a nice amount of money. Great opportunity for us to make some inroads on some capital projects and/or supplement student learning, update IT, refresh equipment if need be. The possibilities are limited only by the amount of money. So it'll be interesting to see as we go on, and I will go on record that we will, if an extra meeting is needed, we'll make sure that it happens. All right, other questions on this?
I have an update. My daughter just texted me.
And it was a good day?
Good day, happy smiley face, and then she said, I made a friend. So we're good.
That's good.
Yeah.
That is good. Do we want to take, let's go ahead and get through our construction projects before we take another quick break. So if we can move on to item D, the
All
upset
right,
bid.
Madam Chair, to facilitate that, Mr. Brath, are you connected here? Are you unmuted? There you go. Mr. Brath, it's all yours.
We can't hear you.
Are you, yeah, we can't hear him. He appears to be
He's
on.
still talking.
Mr. Brath?
Mr. Brath?
We can't hear you.
And also, Laura, we do not have the correct PowerPoint presentation. We need item 2D, which is the update on the upset bid process for the Old Aberdeen primary.
And I doubt that there is a PowerPoint for it. We're probably back to the agenda.
No, well, maybe it's just the, yeah, it
Agenda.
is. That's correct.
For me, I don't need a PowerPoint, I've got it.
Yeah, no, there isn't one. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I understand now. Okay. So the construction projects are 2E. So, Mr. Brath, once you get audio, we need an update on the Aberdeen primary school upset bid process. All right, we still do not have audio. All right, looks like Mr. Eklund just went out the door. Can you back out and come back in and just use your, just do away with your ear pods?
Guess we should have taken that break.
Madam Chair, it does look
Or
like
we could
maybe a
just read our
brief.
executive summaries.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it
All right,
is.
Madam Chair.
The
Yes.
superintendent
Madam Chair,
can go
Dr.
over.
Grimacy will step up because I'm supposed to know about this stuff. And so as you were able to see in the, and by now the board has a lot of practice with this. As the executive summary explains, the upset bid process for Aberdeen Primary School continues. About the time we thought we would be prepared to bring a final upset bid to you for the Aberdeen Primary School of $350,000. Right before the deadline, we received another upset offer that met their criteria for continuing the process. This one is $367,550. Upon completion of the current upset period, unless it itself is upset before then, we will be posting that the new level of expectation is $367,550, and that period will not conclude until 4 o'clock on April 12th. So it would be very unlikely for us to bring a final upset bid at that time, even if it was. So my guess is that the next time you would hear from us would be at the May 3rd work session. This is good news. It is taking a while. I appreciate the board's patience, but we started out, as you can see, at $150,000. We are now at $367,550. And off the top of my head, without having Mr. Brath plugged in here, I don't know the name of the most recent bidder that's at $367,550, but we can provide that. And I'll do my best to answer any questions, but I think you all
Are there any questions?
have a pretty good
Rather
handle on that at this
straightforward.
point.
Not to sound greedy, but keep it coming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Might we move on to the update on the appraisal? I believe you could handle that.
Yes, ma'am, I'll do my best on 2F. All right, let's get there. And indeed, I might be able to even do most of the construction update as well, too, if not all of that. Madam Chair, members of the board, item 2F, I'm going to skip ahead. Update on Southern Pines primary appraisal. We are almost there. We had hoped that maybe we'd have something for you this time, but we want to make sure that we get this right. The appraiser advised us late in the week that they just needed a few more days into this month, whether by the end of this week or next week. We will have the appraisals for the parcels on the Southern Pines primary property, and that the town of Southern Pines is really making good progress on moving forward with their procedures for closing West Massachusetts Avenue, South Glover Street through the school property. They've got an upcoming public hearing on the 13th and expect that the process will be completed. The roads will be closed by May 3rd, and that we'll be able to report to you very thoroughly by that point, and to have the board guide the administration on where you want to go from there. Does anybody have any questions? Again, I'll do my best to answer them.
Any questions on this? I will say, I drove past Southern Pines Elementary, the May Street property the other day, to see the school moving vans, we'll call them, the maintenance workers there removing tables and chairs and ready to stockpile over at the primary school for principal selection to be put back out to schools that needed replacement items. So it looked like that was moving along.
And with your permission, that's a segue, because I hear Mr. Barath now.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Barath. We have taken care of items 2D and 2F. The chair has just mentioned that she observed a lot of furniture being moved in anticipation of disposal, either dispensing to other schools or disposal. Could you comment on that? The old furniture and equipment at the schools that are being disposed of, could you just clarify what process was in motion that the chair observed the other day?
Happy to. And what we're doing is priority one is emptying out all surplus items at the old Southern Pines Elementary School and relocating all the furniture that is in good condition temporarily to the Southern Pines Primary School gymnasium and cafeteria. There we are allowing schools to come in to survey any items that they need to replace, any furniture and desks and chairs, what they may be at their schools that are not in good condition, and then deliver them to them. Once we have satisfied the need at all schools, we will go through the inventory and make sure we take the best furniture and store it at our facility at Bass Lakeview to add to our collection there. And then the balance of items will be declared surplus and then disposed of through gov deals. And that'd be all in accordance with board policy.
Any other questions, board members, about that process, Madam Chair? Is that, yeah, Mr.
I have
Hanson.
one question. When is the title? When are we going to close on the Southern Pines Elementary? When does the title change hands?
I believe the update, I had identified the second week of April as the closing date. And I know that John May with Robbins, May and Rich has been working through getting all the documents and everything ready for that to occur.
And we do not at this point anticipate any problem with that, Mr. Barath. Is it still understood that
That is correct. Moore Montessori is very excited to take full occupancy and begin their work of moving in and occupying.
Okay, thank you,
Excellent.
sir. Mr. Barath, could you run us through item 2E, please?
Happy to. And so as with every month, this is the update on the construction, and also included in here is continued dialogue of the capital project needs. Again, starting off with the architectural rendering of the new Pinehurst site. Next slide, please. This is a view from last week looking at the entry at the parent drop-off or pickup location for students along the curbside at the front of the building. You can see how the canopy is just about taking place. Here's a look at the main entry straight on. In the foreground, you will see a plinth area for the new, the restored cupola that was salvaged from the site to be installed. We are holding off on installing that till all the landscape and everything is done around it. But that's what the main entry would look like. At the back, at the bus parking area, the paving had started back there on the top coat. The base coat had already been down, but they are finishing up with the top coat, and they this week have moved to the front drive. Next slide, please. Here's a view looking out at the play field. You can see the concrete fire lane has been installed, as well as the sidewalks. And if you look closely, you can see where some of the curbing around the swing and climbing areas are going to be. The balance of the area is topsoil for the sod to be installed, and they are starting to get that graded out and prepped for that there. Next slide, please. This is once you enter the building, looking back into the reception area. What's missing from this shot is the second set of doors that would be installed between the single opening on the right and the opening with the windows on the left. to create that secure vestibule. Those will be installed after all items that the contractors have moved in and out, as not to damage them. Looking the other direction from the main entry, you're looking straight ahead down the hallway into Area C, which is the specialties where the media center, gym, and cafeteria, et cetera, are. And you can see the entry large space there where there'd be some furniture for a collaborative space where that blue accent paint is. Next slide, please. This is a typical classroom on the first floor. You can see how far along they have come. The cabinetry is installed. The flooring is done and protected. The ceiling systems are in, the lighting, mechanical systems are all connected, as well as the plumbing. And you can see a little bit off to the right where the marker board and tack boards are already installed. So very much near completion in the classrooms. Next slide, please. Looking in the administrative area, this is a sample of the principal's office, and I want you to note all the little stickers on the walls. These are the contractors' punch list items as they go through spaces behind the trades and are noting items of deficiencies for them to fix prior to when I would go through with the architect and engineers to perform the second punch list of items. So we're encouraged to see them aggressive and ahead of that. Next, please. This is a view down the main corridor on the first floor, just so you can see the accents to the rooms to the left and the right. Next slide. And at the other end of the corridor, you have the same type of a common learning space here, like you saw at the main entry. Next slide. Upstairs, this is a typical classroom, and its level of finish is similar to that as on the first floor. Just a few more connections to do above the ceiling, and they'll be at the same stage. Next slide. Even all the toilet rooms are just about wrapped up. They got some cleaning to do in there and some light work to punch out some of the items. Next slide, please. And of course, it wouldn't be me if I didn't include at least a mechanical area. So this is the mechanical loft where you can see all the pipe insulation is installed, the ductwork is wrapped, and all the piping is adequately supported and ready for use in final cleaning. Next slide, please. The specialties area is the last part of their schedule to complete as they flow through the building. They're doing the classrooms first and then flowing into the media center, art, cafeteria, gym area. So this is the robotics / project room. They do have the floors done. You can see the grid is in place. Suspended lighting is in, and they are ready last week for their final inspections before they start installing the ceiling pads. So very quickly, that room will start coming together. Next slide, please. The lighting is poor here. I apologize for that. In the media center, they do not yet have the permanent lighting installed. They were getting ready to put that in after I took this photo. But to give you a sense that as the grid's installed and the paint is being applied to the walls, you get a sense of the space. Next slide, please. Cafeteria is kind of along the same lines. Floor is done. The walls have their initial paint on it. There are accent paint colors to go on the walls as their next step. Next slide, please. Gymnasiums come along very well. The bleachers on the right are installed, and you can see they began putting the accent paint colors on the wall there, as they will wrap that around the entire gym now. Next slide, please. So again, just to review the schedule and for the completion, in the end, with the impact they've had throughout the project with COVID, some value engineering and asbestos abatement, their schedule for completion is May 5th. They are very, very encouraged and excited to try to be one of the few contractors here that have finished by the substantial completion date, and we are encouraged by what we've seen so far. 93% of the timeline has passed, and their pay is at 89%, so that remains at a good level of just under progress. The deficit remains unchanged from the previous report at this time of the $938,028, and we continue to monitor that as we start moving into acquiring additional items to stock the building with.
Mr. Barath, if you could, please, at this point,
yes.
Before we move on, because we'll talk about some other projects. The fact that the projected deficit is still at 938,028, that's good news, because if we thought it was going to be higher than that, we would probably be warming the board up to that, would we not?
That's correct.
Okay, so this would portend the possibility that it's going to be less than that.
It could be, and this also is covered by the board's allocation of lottery funds to cover the deficit that was
I know
projected.
that you're covering yourself. Okay, thank you. But I'll go ahead and say that if it was going to be above that, we would be preparing the board for that. And so this is a good
Absolutely.
sign at this point. Okay. The other thing is that if we haven't put it out yet, let's go ahead and explain it now. We have had some conversations with the Pinehurst staff and Principal Ashley Saccone, and they've expressed to us a very distinct preference for the ribbon cutting. Could you go ahead and take this opportunity now to share that?
Happy to. With the transition, the school's going to go through a moving from their current site into this new school and the pre-packing of everything in the boxes so that as soon as the teachers are complete with their schedule from the last workday in June for them, that the movers can begin moving things into the new building and staff can begin unpacking and organizing there. With the chaos that creates and getting everything in place and ready, and a desire to have all staff available to participate in a ribbon cutting ceremony along with students. In discussions, as Dr. Grimsey said, with staff and leadership, it became that apparent to all that the best time to conduct the ribbon cutting is right before the school officially opens in August. And so at this time, they've identified, I just drew a blank, might be able to help me, I think it's the 19th, which is the back to school day of August, to have the ribbon cutting. The school will be completely prepared, set up for all students and families to arrive. And so the morning of that is the time that we are identifying to set as the ribbon cutting. There will be an official notification sent to all board members, as well as those members of the village council and to the county commissioners to inform them of that date to set it aside. And then Catherine Murphy and her department will take care of the public notifications as well.
Okay, and our hope also, and the staff's, the Pinehurst Elementary staff's hope is that, you know, maybe by August we'll have a few less restrictions as well, which have sort of characterized our previous ribbon cuttings, and so maybe this will be a true celebration. So board members, we've been sort of talking about maybe a ribbon cutting this spring, but based on feedback we got from the building level, which made sense, we'll just let you all know that we're probably going to put that off till August, and we'll give you more details as we move along. Thank you, John. Go ahead, proceed with the final part of your presentation.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And so I want to bring to the board's attention, these slides will look very familiar. You've seen them before. I'm using them as a template to let you know of upcoming projects and when you will see them presented to you for action. So you remember the remaining supplemental capital projects. This was a $2.136 million outlay by the county for specific projects. There are 8 projects remaining. On this schedule, you will see blocked out in red under the award date some months, May of 2021 and June of 2021. That is when we will bring to the board the result of the bids for that particular item for the board's consideration to approve to begin the work to replace those systems. So for example, at DeLease Middle School, the buried condensate lines throughout the campus to be replaced will bring to the board in May of 2021 for your consideration. Next slide, please. And sliding into the board approved capital projects for moving forward in 2021 and 2022, we are doing the same thing in this list. So you have some items that are identified as under the awarded bid that will be coming to you, such as the first 2 items at New Century and at High Falls for the lift stations. And then on the other column, if they're just issued for bid, they are blocked out because they are under the allotted cost for board action and approval in the policy. So anything under $50,000 can be awarded by the superintendent, and all those projects are identified here. Now, there are 2 that you're going to question because you're going to go, now, wait a minute, Mr. Rath, I see at the Community Learning Center, the generator is $111,000, and that's not identified to come to the board. At this time, the plan on that is it would take multiple trades to perform that work, to do the generator. one to set the pads, one to do the conduit extensions in for hookup, et cetera. In each of those contracts would be less than $50,000. Should that change, we will issue notification to the board to make you aware. And then for Union Pines High School, the retaining wall and sidewalk for $55,500 budget. Again, we'll take two trades. One would do the retaining wall part. The other one would do the sidewalk, keeping both their agreements under $50,000. So those that are blocked in red under the column issued for bid will not be to the board as long as they all remain within the budgets that are identified. And in this sheet, the two that will come to the board in July will be the sewer lift stations. Next slide, please. This is
You got a question from Mr. John, you can't see Mr. Hensley. He was trying to get your attention.
I have a question on the previous slide, if I could, please. If you could go back one. And this goes back to what Ms. Caldwell talked about earlier. Aren't the freezers or food storage areas at the community learning center as well?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So can these generators also provide emergency backup for the freezers, refrigerators, or can we increase it slightly and increase the capacity of the generators to kill two birds with one stone?
Yes, sir, and that is exactly what they're doing. They're getting the pricing for the generator need for the IT server system, and they're also getting the impact that would have to operate the freezer and cooler at the child nutrition building.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and also all of this, the revenue source for all these is open, is on the table as well as we identify how the federal dollars could be used. So as of now, the plan that was presented to the board before was contingent only on your accrued local capital lottery. But if we find out that we can use federal funds to apply to any one of these, then that'll be part of the discussion we've got coming up in the coming weeks.
That is correct. And then that was the point that I wanted to make in the conclusion. Thank you for introducing that, Dr. Grimacy, is that all these projects, again, we have identified previously and the board approved the budget expenditures with the projected revenues. And as you heard in the earlier presentation with Mr. Cox and Dr. Locklear, these will be subject to potential change of opportunity of funding source. So we will, as those occur, update our capital budgets for 2021, 2022 to reflect any of those, to let you be informed and aware of changes to available revenue. So that's the presentation on the Pinehurst Elementary School and the capital projects. And if there's any other questions, happy to answer them.
Madam Chair, administration rests. We're at your disposal. Any questions or feedback? Anybody? Okay. Thank you.
call this meeting back to order. To make note for the minutes, Mr. Holmes has had to leave the meeting because of some work responsibilities. So he has departed from the building. All right, at this point, we will move on to pending action and discussion. Dr. Grimacy.
Madam Chair, I'll defer to Mr. Cox to sort of set the table for the board's final consideration of its proposed budget. Mr. Cox? Mr. Cox?
By the way, Dr. Grimacy, so that final consideration is going to be on the next board meeting?
Yes, sir.
It's not here?
That's right.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes, sir.
That's what I need to know.
Is Mr. Cox
What's that? On the board,
connected?
on the board
Oh,
budget?
you know what, we're muted, that's why. Dr. Bob, we're muted, so he can't hear us. That's okay. Now.
Okay.
You might want to repeat, Libby, what you
All right,
said.
we have just, to members of the public and members of the staff, our apologies. We did not realize we were muted here in the school board office. So at this time, Madam Chair has asked for Mr. Cox and I to do a brief presentation to enable the board to conduct its final deliberations on its budget today in anticipation of its final discussion and final decision next week. So Mr. Cox, can you hear me?
I can, sir.
Okay, your presentation, sir. I'll weigh in as needed.
All right, thank you, Dr. Grimson, Madam Chair, other members of the board. We presented the superintendent's proposed budget to the board on March 1st. On March 8th, the board held a public hearing where citizens of the community provided feedback on the proposed budget from the superintendent. On March 2nd through March 19th, if you go to the next slide, please, Laura, there was a web portal that was open for public comments where individual citizens could submit through that web portal. We received 8 responses to the budget presentation. One of those responses were encouraging the board to continue to support social and emotional learning. The other 7 were supportive of the $2.1 million request, the funding for the classified salary scale and the fixed costs as presented, but not the proposed formula that was presented within the budget recommendation. Next slide, please. The remainder of the presentation is exactly how we presented on March 1st. I'm happy to go through and touch on any slide or individual slide if the board prefers a refresher. If not, at this time, I defer back to Dr. Grimacy and Ms. Carter on how you would like for us to proceed and what the board would like to see in a final proposed budget where the board will take action for the budget to become the Moore County Schools Board of Education budget on April 12th.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Cox. Madam Chair, rather than Mr. Cox and I just repeat the same presentation, we thought we would just defer to the board's interests in discussion with one another, advising myself and Mr. Cox of any adjustments that the board would like to consider. And we can use the March 1 presentation here to reference as the board members desire us to do. So I'll defer to you and the board.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Cox. At this point, we can quickly scroll through the rest of the PowerPoint if needed, or simply entertain questions from board members who might want some particular point addressed. What would be your desire? Do we want to run through these slides very quickly just as a refresher?
Would you like to do so?
I think so.
Okay, very good. Mr. Cox, if you could kind of stay on the treetops a little bit and just kind of allow us to just have a brief refresher on what we presented on the first.
Yes, sir. The superintendent's budget is a representation of a monetary expression or monetary representation of the district's mission, vision, and core beliefs, as you just saw there. And then also they incorporate our tagline, engage, inspire, succeed. In addition to that, they are represented by the 5 domains of the strategic plan. At the high level, the fixed cost that Moore County Schools, or we anticipate next year, total $1.6 million, which are all salary related and implementing the classified salary scale. Here you see the proposed per pupil funding allocation for next year, which would generate an additional a total of $32,505,128. Next slide, please, which is an additional $2.155 million total. 500,000 go to the charter schools, 1.6 million will go to Moore County schools. And here you see how it'd be broken down, that $1.6 million for Moore County schools, 1.1 million of that would be to implement the classified salary scale. The remaining would be for other salary and fixed cost increases, leaving a deficit of $48,000 that the district would need to come up with in some manner. This is a historical funding from the county over the last few years, showing that 2.155 million increase that we would be requesting if the budget were to stay the same from the county. This is a breakdown of the local current operations for Moore County schools at 29.2 million, charter schools operations at 3.2 million. You see both the capital and digital fund there at 750,000 each for the total request of $34,005,128. And this breaks down the local fund 2, that $32,505,128, adding in fines and forfeitures, as well as interest for a total fund 2 local operations budget of $32,985,128. This is the total proposed Moore County Schools budget, including state funds at $83 million, local funds, local current operations at $32.9 million, federal funds, which includes those ESSER 2 funds. This does not include ESSER 3 at this time because we don't have the information on that. Our capital fund at $750,000, our school nutrition fund at $5.485 million, and then our local special revenue fund at $3 million for a total proposed budget of $140,920,128.
If I could ask a quick question, that back in the other slide, the ESSER 2 funds was which column?
The ESSER 2 is part of that federal fund $3 amount. That includes our regular monies that we're getting plus the ESSER 2 monies anticipated to receive for next school year.
Okay, thank you.
But now, Mr. Cox, that number has not been 100% confirmed, correct?
We're pretty sure we're going to get the $7.8 million in ESSER 2 unless something changes. We have not been advised anything's changed, and we're being told that that's a pretty solid number to stand on, that $7.8 million that we presented.
And the additional, because it was $15 million was the number. So the additional.
Right, yes, that includes the 7 to 8 million in existing federal funds we get, plus the additional $7.8 million of ESSER 2.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
And then, yeah, you saw there, which was a summary of the budget. This is a listing of the budget committee members that you're aware of. Then the next slide, I believe, is the next action steps, which will be April 12th, as I mentioned, in Moore County Schools Board will need to take action where it will become the Moore County Schools Board of Education budget on April 20th. That budget that's adopted on April 12th will be presented to the Moore County Board of Commissioners. On May 18th, the county manager will present his budget to the commissioners. June 15th will be the county public hearing on the county manager's proposed budget. And then we have not been provided a date where the county Board of Commissioners will take action on the county budget, but that has to happen before June 30th.
And Mr. Cox,
Happy to take any questions or directions from here.
Are the April 20th and May 18th dates confirmed?
The last I'd heard in my conversations with the county, yes. I'll reach back out to them and verify that, but nothing has changed.
All right, well, I might say, you know, we've been over the numbers, and so if we have additional questions, this is a good time. Or if questions occur to you as you prepare for our meeting on April 12th, by all means, if you'll share those or get them to Mr. Cox or Dr. Grimacy, such that if there's more information needed, we would be able to take that action.
And certainly if anybody's got anything today.
Yeah, oh, yes.
certainly.
That April 12th date is the date that the budget then becomes our budget. It no longer belongs to the superintendent, but it belongs to the Board of Education. So that's why we want to make sure that any questions you might have do get answered in advance, so that we would be prepared to take that action. So, Mr. Levy?
Yes, I do have, I've mentioned it before and I'll mention it again. I believe that instead of the $750,000 that we ask for electronic digital devices, as well as the capital fund, that number should be, both those numbers should be $772,500. And the reason why I come up with that is because, as I've stated before, this is a baseline budget. I don't like baseline budgets, but if you're going to do a baseline budget, and a baseline budget is simply a budget which says, this is what we did last year, we want to do the same thing this year, okay? Plus, we want to give some additional money to our classified employees for 1-point-some-odd million. If you're going to do that kind of budget, you have to account for inflation. Otherwise, you're going to really be reducing your budget rather than keeping your budget set. I think everyone knows that construction costs have just gone through the roof. Anybody who is building a house knows that the cost of sheetrock and just about everything else has gone through the roof. What I've done by come up with these numbers is simply to take a look at the predicted CPI, which I believe is low, at 2.5 for 2022. Plus, you take our estimate of an additional 100 students, which is about 0.8% of a raise. And so you get the 2.5 plus those additional students, and you get to 3%. So where does that formula come from about the 3%? Many of the conservative foundations, and I believe also the John Locke Foundation, has suggested that when you look at a budget, you look at inflation plus your percentage increase in population, so that you can keep your expenditures level. And that's what we should do. I'm a little surprised that that we didn't really use an inflationary marker for some of our other things, but those are fixed costs. And perhaps we really, number one, don't know what the legislature is going to do with regard to teacher salaries. And that's the greater portion of this budget, are teacher salaries. But I think in the future, we're going to have to, we ought to use an inflation marker for that. If nothing else, we have to look at the pension inflation, our upward contribution to pension plans. But at the very least, I think that we should ask for this 772. Oddly enough, and I didn't know that this would work out, our budget has, I think he said, a $48,000 deficit in it. Mm-hmm. This would actually cover that $48,000 deficit, because you're looking at $22,000. It wouldn't quite cover it. It's about $44,000 in additional funds. And I've always believed that if you keep up with your pennies, pretty soon they may even mount up. So I would hope that the superintendent would consider using an inflationary amount to add to these construction and digital costs.
And you suggested 772.
I said 772, and all that is, it's 3% of $750,000.
And
It's
if
actually 1.03 times $750,000. And the superintendent or some people who are better in math make sure that I'm right, but I think
Well, and those are two funds that have not changed in support for the least,
some time.
And I
about
was
7
thinking-
years, I think.
I was thinking that we probably should go back several years, but I didn't want to quite shock the
You can go
the
a
county
pretty good
commissioners.
time
And I
back.
think that they would probably agree that if we have a $48,000 hole in our budget, and if we're simply asking for inflation in these two funds, that they'll probably agree with that. And that's just my 2 cents on it.
Okay. Did everybody understand what Mr. Levy was recommending? Would be an increase to the digital request and to the capital request that's been annually funded in
And
addition to
hopefully
the
we'll
budget.
follow it up year by year by keeping track of inflation.
The-
And we
keeping
had
our
actually
expenditures
talked about that a little bit at our superintendents. I know Mr. Hensley mentioned the inflation cost. We just never actually put it in there, but we recognize that over the past, I don't know how many years, that we have just never gone up with that figure.
Well, and it hasn't been for lack of requesting it,
Yeah.
but it was a more generous request.
Yeah.
Because based on recommendations, especially for digital, as we had tried to add devices down into the 3rd through 5th grade level.
Right.
Which could not be done without an increase in that fund. Now, it would take more than $22,000 or whatever, but.
And I'm not saying that that's not a good idea.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm doing is looking at just this little thing that we have
Right.
and making sure we keep up with inflation.
Right, and which makes perfectly good sense.
Yeah.
They might be agreeable for these two funds to do that. I mean, it doesn't sound like a big deal. I think they would probably buy it if we approached them with that
Well,
on a
look,
continual basis.
yeah, if I could add this, during our superintendent's budget meeting, we really focused on we spent a lot of time talking about the individual student funding, and that being tied to what happens in Raleigh, that takes care of wage inflation for us. For the local funded wage inflation, which is a big part of the puzzle. But what we didn't take into account is what Mr. Levy and Mr. Dennison pointed out was the inflation of stuff. So I think it's reasonable to add to our ask from the county commissioners is that those two funds have an inflation index, just like the per pupil funding does. Whereas the per pupil funding, at least our ask/proposal, is this tied to what happens in Raleigh. The capital funding is tied to CPI or some other measure of inflation.
Yeah, I know from the early reports that have come out about the governor's proposed budget, he's talking, is it a 10% increase for teachers?
Over a 2-year period.
Over a 2-year period. And that's, I think, more
Still
than,
5% a year.
I was gonna say, but it's more than we have budgeted as a fixed cost that we would have to meet here on the local level, so.
If I could, Madam Chair?
Please.
Okay, just to make sure we clarify on that. Mr. Cox and I paid close attention to the governor's proposed budget. We also paid close attention to the majority leader's responses. Therefore, we decided we'd stick with 3% and allow it to work out. And it's that's part of the process. And we think that we're probably better off staying on the conservative side with the 3% relative to trying to sustain the commissioners' trust in what we bring before them. We always run that risk of overdoing it or underdoing it from year to year. Let me also clarify, when Mr. Levy said that he would ask the superintendent to do this, by virtue of the fact that his other board member colleagues have agreed with his idea, there's no ask anymore, okay? So in this meeting, Mr. Levy, if you get everyone to agree, it now becomes your budget.
So, the Levy, thank God, it's the Levy budget. Hey, just.
You want to get this through the commissioners or not?
So all I did was I noted there was a consensus and it'll be on what we present next week.
The 3%, yeah.
One point about I believe it's 3.77% increase. So just so everyone understands, that is the baseline that we start from. And then each year it will be tied to what they do in Raleigh. So the 3.77%, at least my understanding, is that just gets us to today, right? Or,
Yes, sir.
and then if Raleigh does a 5% teacher raise and per pupil funding goes up 5% or whatever, then the local funding will match that. And again, I think a lot of the public doesn't understand that. You know, they think it's some nefarious scheme or something from what I've read, but it's not that at all. It's an attempt to tie, you know, we have a local funding component, and it ties the increase in that, the annual increase in that, to the annual increase in Raleigh. And that's important because, as everyone here knows and as we've discussed, when Raleigh does a teacher pay raise or whatever, that creates an unfunded mandate for the same sort of raise for a locally funded position. And it's fair to everyone because although it's not 100% predictable, it's you know, the county's following the state's lead.
Correct. That's correct. And as sad as it is to tell teachers they're not likely to get that 10% bonus, it is more realistic to see our being able to plan to meet the 3% that may be coming in from Raleigh. I do want to go ahead and get consensus from everyone. I think I already have, though, on previous meetings, over our classified salary scale and our desire to make that happen this year. Now, I know there's been discussion in Raleigh again about minimum wages for classified salary, and I think Mr. Cox actually provided me with figures, which I can't remember now, about the lowest classified salary pay we actually have, which was somewhere around $11 an hour, I believe.
It was actually in excess of that, about $11.
It's about 12 something.
Well, our classified? Yeah.
Mr. Cox, do you remember the numbers you provided in that email?
I want to say our lowest full-time, and please don't hold me to this, is 1183 or 1186.
Yeah, 11,
Okay.
yeah, something like
Hourly wage.
Yes, per hour, correct.
We have some part-timers that are getting paid less.
Less
but-
than that,
but
correct.
as far as
And
the
those,
regular staff
and those
goes-
part-timers are typically those who have retired and come back and are working, who are also drawing retirement. And there are a few subs, part-time subs, that are slightly less than that. But the lowest full-time employee, I believe, is 1186.
Okay, thank you.
So, just an administrative well, one quick question. It's my understanding, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, but the state outside of education, state employees make a minimum of $15 an hour, correct? So 100%, I believe the board's 100% behind the classified staff raise. And I think it's in our legislative goals, but we definitely we should not have any full-time employees making less than $15 an hour. And we need to figure out a way to get there. Not going to happen this year, but we need to figure out a way to get there.
Agreed.
It's just unfair that the state has one standard for non-education employees and they have another standard for their classified staff.
That you'll see pops up regularly, not just for classified staff, but even for teachers and supervisory personnel, that the state does things differently with educational positions than they do with others. But our classified personnel are making less than they are on the county level too, and that's something that should be rectified as quickly as possible. So I think
I do have one additional question, and it's a technical question. Do we pay any money for our nutrition, or is that entirely taken care of by the federal government?
It's predominantly covered by the state and federal government. By design, we attempt to ensure that our child nutrition program is completely enterprise. That would mean that it's self-sustaining based on the federal and state dollars that we receive, and in a normal year, the lunch prices that are paid by students. Mr. Cox, can you put a period at the end of that sentence?
That's a correct statement. Just to be fully transparent, the local does have to cover the cost of any unpaid meal debt by general statute, which is not a significant amount, but there is a small bit that the local dollars do have to cover for the child nutrition program. But the majority, it is designed to be covered with federal or state dollars.
Well, I thought that I would have that as a lead-in for one thing that has actually gotten me a little upset, which is HR 136. HR 136 is the Encourage Healthy North Carolina Food in Schools. It sounds like a good bill, but what it does is it requires our schools, and by the way, it was passed by the House and was just sent to the Senate, requires our schools to have muscadine grape juice.
100%.
100% muscadine grape juice in our school program, either through lunches or vending machines. And you know, some people, you know, it's probably a good thing. It's probably good for the kids to eat, but it's going to cost us a little money, not a lot of money, but a little money. And somehow I just get upset because people see the lunch program as a way to make money and to sell goods and services. I can only imagine that this law will probably never be repealed if the kids decide they don't like muscadine grape juice. So I think it's overall a bad idea.
I don't think that's passed yet, is it, Bob? I don't
What's that?
Has it passed?
Passed the House,
The House.
and it was just sent over to the Senate. So,
Libby, I'd like to make comment on this per pupil amount too. Public really doesn't understand what that is. I've been on this board 10 years, and we've always been using a per pupil amount. All the public school students in Moore County receive the same amount of money per pupil based on the budget that we turn in, you know, for the per pupil spending. So the per pupil amount they're all going to get the same no matter what. What David has recommended is using the state figure for the per pupil that we're getting from one year to the next to be the determining factor on whether our budget will be increased by the local or decreased or whatever, but it's going to be based on what the state does. It has nothing to do with what each student actually receives, either charter or us.
Yeah, I follow what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, we've always had X amount of dollars, and they are divided by the number of students within the county,
right,
and the number of charter school students as well. The biggest change is the one in which we tie it to the four-year average of increases or decreases, which could happen on the state level. And of course, with the COVID money coming in, we don't know what the state's likely to do with its funding, because they're, you know, everybody said, well, the schools have gotten enough, but we can't predict either. So this won't wait on us. The county commissioners won't wait on us. So we're going to have to proceed on April 12th. So are there other comments or questions? Again, I say if something occurs to you between now and the 12th, and it's something that needs to be answered, so you'll have good background info when we come back in to talk again. You know, don't hesitate to share.
I'm just skeptic on if the county commissioners will accept this or not, and if we have a plan B if they don't, or what are we going to do if they don't, or they give us a certain amount of money. That's my skeptic on it.
You know, the amount of money that's requested is, well, similar to what we asked for a year ago.
But we never get it.
Well, true. And we end up tightening our belts a little bit more and not advancing new programs or hiring additional people.
Right.
And
we
obviously
never can
that's,
go up. We always stay where we are.
and that's why Mr. Hensley's recommendation to get an agreement from our commissioners, which would tie us to, or tie them to an increase as it occurs on the state level, would be beneficial to us.
Mm-hmm.
Because it would mean that as long as the state is continuing to maintain or increase funding at that same level, then our commissioners would have to maintain or increase. But again, Dr. Grimacy is the expert at figuring out ways to make the programs work. The sad thing about all of it is that we don't add programs anymore. We are cutting programs. We cut Spanish immersion in West End. We cut IB at Pinecrest. We cut year-round in Southern Pines and Pinehurst. We don't have the opportunity to ever add because our budget is not ever fully funded.
Right.
And that's
So-
one of the That's
concerns.
one of our issues this time is that we know that there is a need to add teachers in some of the classrooms in grade 4 and 5.
Yep.
However,
6, 7, and 8, and 9 through 12.
Yeah, but we recognize that obviously that would require additional funds, making the bottom line a whole lot more than what it is now. So trying to ensure that the 1.1 million that we receive will include a dollar increase for our classified staff. We've been trying to do that for the last 3 years, and we are still nowhere. So I think with where we are today, that the formula, we'll put it out there, and as Ed and Mr. Hensley has said, that's basically what we've been doing all along. I think, as we have been in the past, we continue to be very transparent with the budget and with what our needs are, and we're just going again and just trying to assure that we have what we need, at least for those fixed costs.
I just don't want them to take away on capital improvement money because we're asking for something else. So that's a concern.
Well, I don't think that, the capital improvement money, we're already working through, and of course, we know we will have money coming in from the sale of properties as well. I think the minimal increase that Mr. Levy is asking for on capital, I mean, it's less than $25,000, is not something that would affect the other funding that would come in. Mr. Hensley, all right, Mr. Dennis?
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I personally have two issues. One is that I know people are giving the county a rough time, and I think they're giving the county a rough time in some areas that they should just give the legislature just as much rough time, because the county is picking up expenses for us, for additional teachers or whatever we need in that area that really should be, if we need them that badly, they should be funded by the state. And the other thing is that until everybody realizes that, we need to let the people know too, when we do our local budget, if we don't get the funds we receive, we should be able to tell them, okay, because we requested this, that we got this. These are the items that we're not going to be able to do, we planned on doing because, lack of funding. So that the public understands what effect that has on us.
Mr. Hensley?
So I actually think we have a great opportunity this year. And I mean, it's getting down to the wire, but we talked about this in the budget committee, but I think we have an opportunity. I hate to give something a name, but I have to, otherwise it'll be the Hensley plan, and then everyone will come and speak against it. But I think we have an opportunity to...
the Levy budget.
The Levy, we'll call it the Levy. And this is... the Holmes plan. But, I hate to use this term, but a grand plan. And I've said this publicly several times, certainly said in the budget meeting, but, the give and take, the yin and yang has always been operational versus capital. And the county gives us $30 million a year, and we choose, maybe out of necessity, to spend it on operational. And we're asking, and it looks like they're going to give us an additional $2.1 million, and our part of it will be 1.7 or whatever once the charter schools get their part. But I think in addition to that, if we go to the with the board of to the Board of Commissioners with a genuine plan and lay out our capital needs over the next 20 years, we've articulated them. And with an accelerated 5 to 6 year, let's all buckle down. Let's get caught up in 5 years. Let's not do that bond issue that was planned in 5 years, because I think the county has money. I think they have to have confidence that we have a plan and that we'll stick to our 20-year plan, at least for 10 years, right? That I think that they will loosen the checkbook up, because I think they have the money. I think they're looking for trust, and they're looking for a long-term plan. I think it is I think it is counterproductive, and whether it was intended or not, and I will assume that it was unattended, is if you published, well, if we don't get this money, then here's what's going to happen. The end result of that was a non-productive mob that showed up, demanding this is what's not going to happen and, protect our whatever. So this budget cycle, we intentionally decided not to do that. But anyway, the opportunity is still not lost in this fiscal year to get significant more accelerated funding for the next 5 or 6 years, get caught up, and then put in a sustained additional $2.5 million. $2.5 million is really the shortfall for the maintenance, for the capital maintenance. It's around $2.5 million a year. And we can lay out that role model or that roadmap to them. They just have to have trust, and it has to be genuine and sincere that we're going to stick to it.
Well,
agree. Yeah, the capital is not a problem. We know they're responsible for that, and they're only getting $850,000 help, from the lottery fund.
Well, the problem is they're giving us $30 million. From their perspective, they're giving us.
I'm only talking about capital. So we're getting $850,000 that supposedly from them, but then they're giving us more additional money from the operating side of the thing. But our operational expense, our operational expense is the only one I was talking about of what we're not going to be able to provide. And when we need to point, to me, I would point out if it was because we weren't getting funded from the state, tell them that story too. People just need to know. And I think we need, from what I said earlier, I think we need more operational funds for our at-risk kids. We can't continue to keep doing what we're doing now. We got to figure out something to do, and I don't think we're going to be able to do it without additional funding.
Well, and it is a shame, as Ms. Thompson pointed out, we need additional teachers from 4th grade on up. And of course, although we're going to have some COVID money that comes in that might allow us to hire folks to do this, it's difficult to hire people and be able to tell them, you got a job for 2 years, and we might like you a lot and you might do a great job, but your money's going to run out in 2 years. So we'll be able to supplement in some ways, but it's also a heartbreaking situation to know that you might create this and not be able to sustain it. And that's something we're going to have to look to in the future as well. But I think what's been put together, the input on the superintendent's budget committee has been very strong, very positive. Dr. Grimacy has been very thorough in his presentations to us, along with Mr. Cox. I think we've looked at some new ideas this year and have begun to really lay out there some key goals that we want to accomplish in the future, and whether it's increasing some digital, whether it's carrying through on more of the capital projects that we need to have done, whether it's in operational expenses. We've got a pretty good handle on what we need to ask for and how to do that. So I, for one, feel very good about what we're putting together. And again, would just say, let's make sure that if you have additional questions or comments on the Holmes budget, that you get them into Mr. Holmes between now and the next meeting. No, that you get those to Mr. Cox or to Dr. Grimacy, such that we can have a thorough investigation of what those needs might be.
With your permission, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Ms. May, if you could please show slide number 12 to conclude this conversation, unless the board wants to continue. Slide 12, Madam Chair, it'd be the staff's understanding that each of the numbers fund for capital expense and at-county digital learning, that each of those would not be 750, but instead they'd be 772.
772.5, I believe.
772.
Why don't we just suggest 775
3% increase,
and let it go at 25,000 each?
Well, the only reason why I suggested the
I know
numbers
you had your
is because it's the
process.
3%. You want to say 3.5%? Actually, you can say 3.5%, but I've always believed that you have to go to the county commissioners and you have to say, this is why we want it. Because if you just pick a number out of the air, they're going to say, oh, I'm just going to give you the money you got last year.
Mr. Levy, if I could ask your permission, in the per pupil formula that the budget committee agreed on, there was a rate of 3.77% growth over the last 3 or 4 years in state funding. That comes pretty close to your 3%. Would you be comfortable just being consistent with that,
Right.
with whatever we apply for the operational side, we apply it to capital and digital?
That's fine. I'm just
It won't be
saying
much,
that
it'll be
sounds
about,
very
it'd be very
rational.
similar to what you've
Sure,
recommended.
that's fine. That's very rational, and I think the county commissioners would look at it as being very rational.
That's 778, 275.
Yeah. And the odd number looks good.
I would submit to the consensus of the board, but I'm just trying to get to a place where we know what to publish for next time.
Mr. Hensley?
Yeah, one other point, and throwing this graph up reminded me of something. The per pupil funding does something else that we didn't discuss here today, and it's important to bring it up so the public knows. So it does everything that we've discussed, but in addition, let's say the county, let's say last year they gave Moore County schools, well, let's say, 29 million is the number, right? Well, and then next year they may give us 29 million. The year after that, they give us 29 million. But student enrollment may go up 5% or it may go up 10%. And then what you're doing is you're taking the same 29 million and you're dividing it by 5% more students or 10% more students. What the per pupil funding did, it was twofold. One is it tied it to Raleigh and it tied it to student enrollment. So that if student enrollment in Moore County schools went up 5%, the pie got bigger, just like it does for the state. So not only do you have the rate of increase for Raleigh, but you also have the county recognizing the fact that students in the county are growing, so therefore the school budget will grow in proportion with the number of students as it's increasing with the inflation that Raleigh is giving us. So it's a very important caveat.
Devil's advocate on that, though, if the funding, if we don't get that percentage for Moore County schools because they're going more to charter schools, then we lose out on money.
Well, that's the way it should work. If student enrollment decreases 10%, why would you give an organization the same money if they have 10% fewer students? That's the way it should work.
I agree with that, but my only concern is we still have 22 schools we have to maintain, no matter if we have 2 kids in it or 120 kids in it. We still have schools that we need to keep up and make sure that they don't fall through the cracks.
Yeah. So at what point would you spend the same amount if enrollment went down 20% or 30%?
Yeah, I don't have the answers. I'm just
Right,
devil's
right.
advocate, thinking in my head about certain things that could go wrong.
Well, and we talked about this in the budget committee
Yeah.
too. There are fixed costs that just don't go away, whether the school has 2,100 students in it or 1,800 students in it. The only thing that changes are the state-funded teachers that are within there. You've still got those same classrooms and the same light bill basically and the same insurance costs. But we talked about all of that. What we have to do is market our schools as the best available possibility for children who live in Moore County, and then do our best to enroll them in these high-quality schools.
Yes,
and that's what we want to do.
The best answer is that nobody has any reason to send their children to any other school other than Moore County schools. That is the true answer.
That's exactly right, and that's what we're here for. So, barring any further questions or comments about the budget, are you wanting to say something, Dr. Grimacy?
Well, I want to help the board finish its business at some point on its budget. What the staff will do, unless directed otherwise, is we'll apply the consistent percentage that's used for the operational estimate of operational expense, which this year is 3.77%. We will apply that to capital and digital and come up with a number. Mr. Cox estimates to be in the neighborhood of $778,000, which is a little bit more than what Mr. Levy has proposed, but it's in the ballpark. And put that out for discussion.
And it would remain consistent, which I think would probably be the better way to
and it
go.
would be
The whole thing is that it's consistent with inflation, and it's consistent with a baseline budget to tell the county commissioners we're doing nothing more than we've done before. And by the way, that would almost exactly give you your $48,000, which is the hole in your budget.
Yeah, yeah. It would be designated money for capital and digital,
Right,
but
I'm-
nevertheless, it would move us forward. The last thing I would offer, just in concluding, Madam Chair, is that, again, from my perspective on the formula, what is different from some other per pupil formulas that have been written much about across the country, what's different about the one that has come out of our budget committee is this factor that relates to the increased cost associated with Raleigh mandates. All right, no matter what anybody says, we've never had that factor before. Well, we've tried to have that factor before, but we've never gotten it down to a number. So the only thing that's different this year is there's actually a number that's associated on a per pupil basis that is an estimate, a percentage estimate of the total cost. That does separate this because it is an inflation factor that drives up the cost per pupil, irrespective of the number of students. So what that means is that in a period of time where there could be a decrease in the number of students, the per pupil cost of those students who remain is still protected by this percentage of increased cost. You have that factor there. And I think it's fair when you judge this to judge this differently than some other per pupil formulas. This one provides that, and the board tonight has agreed by consensus to direct the staff to bring back next week one that actually applies it beyond operations to capital and digital. And so I think that for individuals that are looking to support the budget, I think that's an agreement. That's a positive. That's something that people can agree to. From the other standpoint, from a accountability standpoint, I just want to make sure, Madam Chair, for the record, before we move on, that if we use any federal dollars to cover these expenses, this 2 point, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. The $2.155128 million for charters and for Moore County schools. If we use any federal dollars, we do create a cliff. All right. So to the extent, and federal law may not even allow us to do that. Okay. We need to see what the restrictions are on supplanting. You're not supposed to just blindly take these federal dollars and use it to keep from cutting your own budget. And that's one of those areas that we still need to make sure we're clear on from what the federal guidelines are going to be. But even if we did have the freedom to do that, we really need to be cautious and we need to be honest with the commissioners that to the extent that that money is used for just propping up each budget over the next 2 years, that we'll create a cliff that will create a very serious challenge for a school board and a county commissioners in the future.
Correct.
And so we'll want to be mindful of that.
I'm a little confused as to what a cliff?
Yeah, this is your reoccurring fixed cost increase irrespective of federal dollars.
Right.
And to the extent that you use temporary federal dollars for a permanent reoccurring expense, you need to pause, take a deep breath, and think about what problem you might create down the road.
Okay.
Well, and that goes back to Mr. Levy's earlier point about not creating permanent positions out of the federal money. I mean, obviously, if there's, we do a summer school and we do, social, emotional catch up, whatever that means for some short period of time, and then the rest is spent on capital. Well, the capital is spent and it's gone. It's not a recur. It reduces future costs.
Very valid point. Let me just offer one thing for the board to think about, for all board members to think about ahead. This is looking ahead, and it connects two topics we've discussed today. It is thoroughly manageable for the staff and for the board to consider under learning recovery that you can create positions that you're going to identify for the next 1 or 2 or 3 years and know that for this, as long as the staff brings you clear objectives for what those positions are, that you make it clear up front, should you choose to do that. Should I choose to recommend it and should you approve it, we can have billets or full-time equivalent positions in the budget for a specified year or two and make it clear that those are going to go away. The chair said, well, it's kind of hard to hire somebody and tell them your position's going to go away. But actually, you're misleading people when you say that, Madam Chair, with all due respect. It's really about the position. Somebody who gets hired in that position, they don't know how they're being paid. And we don't need to tell them because we're going to have attrition each year. And to some extent, I would argue that you could potentially hire some young teachers using these additional positions. And as other people retire out, those people aren't going to go anywhere. They'll move over into the state or locally funded positions that are going to be more permanent. So I think that the board is in a good place. We have a few board members that are a little bit more aggressive on the capital investments with federal dollars, and that's good. That's good. Let's keep it there. I'm there too. But the definite intent of this federal money has to do with learning recovery. And so I would just ask the board to just give us a little bit of grace to bring some possible ideas to you that would preserve some of your preferences that you have, but let's also keep our eye on the ball that if having some additional teaching or even teacher assistant positions will help us to get some more help with particularly our secondary kids that need to get caught up over a year or two. There's ways we can do that and not commit ourselves personally to that expense. It has to do with how we introduce it, and it has to do with our degree to which we can engender your trust in that process, okay? So I'll be just candid about what we're thinking, and I do so without compromising the fact that we can also use it for capital. I think there may be enough money for us to look at some potential progress here that we haven't been able to look at for quite some time. And I think everyone will be impressed going ahead.
We await.
So, Madam Chair, one other, just one thing to alleviate Stacy's concern, and it's something we discussed in the budget committee meeting, is the chair suggested a safe harbor, because she voiced the same concern. What happens if enrollment goes down throughout the year, year to year or within a year? So the chair, and Dr. Grimacy, this is going to be your challenge because we discussed a safe harbor provision, at least some sort of safe harbor for decline enrollment within a year and maybe year to year where it trails, the student count doesn't go down. But I don't think we ever fleshed that out. So I think if we go to a proposal, a final proposal of the county commissioners, it needs to be very detailed to include if we put a safe harbor, a 1 year or 2 year safe harbor provision so that you can manage a decline if it happens, or if a decline is just a blip, then it goes back up. It's reasonable to have a safe harbor, 1 or 2 year safe harbor, but we need to, anything that's part of what we propose just needs to be thoroughly packaged, if you will.
Yes, sir.
I would also say that the realistic news, I won't say it's necessarily good news or bad news, but the realistic news is that the northern part of our county will probably see an increase in students given the increase in immigration, which is going on right now. And and we educate students regardless, according to the Supreme Court, regardless of their documentation. We don't ask, we're not allowed to ask, and we educate every student who comes into our school system. And that's probably the way it should be. But we're certainly going to, I think, see a rise. I also think it's going to be more than the 100 students that we've predicted. So maybe that's good news in that requirement, although it may strain our resources, I don't know. But that's probably what the future holds.
All right. Any other questions or comments?
I appreciate the board's guidance. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll be returning on the 12th to make final changes and to adopt a budget. All right, Dr. Grimacy, the extension of
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll defer to Dr. Alpenfels. Dr. Alpenfels.
Good afternoon, Ms. Carter, board members, Dr. Grimacy. Does my sound okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. I'm back before you to request an extension of the leave provisions initially provided in the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, or FFCRA. As you will recall, the leave provisions provided by this act have greatly assisted, in particular, our classified employees who may be out of work for COVID-19 related reasons, but who have not been quarantined by the local health department. These leave provisions are literally a safety net for those unable to telework because of the nature of their job duties. These leave provisions initially expired on December 31st, but in February, you approved our voluntary extension of these leave provisions through the end of March. With the passage of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 on March 11th, we have the opportunity once again to extend the availability of this leave, this time through the end of September. This time, a new bucket of 20 days is available to employees, and this time, the provision covers time when an employee may be securing a COVID-19 vaccine, as well as any time an employee requires to recover from any effects of having received a vaccine. We will continue to administer these leave provisions following the processes and procedures we've been using in a consistent manner as required by law and with the requirement of formal documentation. The extension of this leave affirms our expectation that employees stay home if they're sick. Thus, I am requesting that the board permit Moore County Schools to extend the emergency paid sick leave and emergency family and medical leave benefits through the end of September 2021. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, this is similar to what we have already done, or basically the same thing we have already done in extending. Are there any additional questions for Dr. Appenfels? Thank you for taking care of our employees.
Thank you very much for your support.
All right, Dr. Grimacy, on to the summer testing plan.
Madam Chair, I do have I'm sorry if I can retroactively go back. A lot of things, with vaccination, a lot of things opening up, I would suggest that we consider extending this not into, I'm saying this wrong, but I'm not sure why we're extending this into the next school year, the next academic year.
I think that
Or does it expire before the next academic year?
it says until September 30th, if needed.
Mr. Hensley, my recommendation was to extend it to the extent permitted. What's happening right now is we still don't have the availability of vaccinations for children, and that's driving some of our classified absences. So I would advocate for us to extend this provision through the end of September, for no other reason, for that reason.
Yeah, and to be specific and to be anecdotal about that, this would be a child. One of the provisions is my child is being required to, my unvaccinated child is required to stay home because of symptoms, and because of that, I have to stay home. And this provision under the law allows that to happen, so the burden falls on us to say no. And so this would just simply give us that flexibility. It doesn't really require it. And the dependence on this law, Dr. Alpenfels, correct me if I'm wrong, but our dependence on this is diminishing as the year goes on.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely. The more people are vaccinated, all of this is going to continue to wane. But for the person who has to be out for 2 weeks and they don't have available leave, this is a safety net for them. And I think it's important that we keep it in place if we're able to do so.
It'd be my recommendation, Mr. Hensley, just as another tool in the toolkit. As long as it's there, it's good to have. It's a problem that's taking care of itself as we go along, and it's declining, and I would recommend that we take advantage of it. I anticipate maybe by August and September, we'll have very, very little need for this, but it'll be nice to have just in case. That's where I would leave it. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, then we will move on to summer testing plan.
Yeah, and Dr. Mike Metcalf.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. Local school districts that may choose to administer standardized tests as a part of their summer learning programs must secure board approval and submit those plans by May 7th, 2021. Kate Fall is here. She's our Director of Planning, Accountability, and Research, and she's here to make that request.
Thank you, Board. As Dr. Metcalf stated, summer school testing plans must be approved by May 7th and submitted to NCDPI. All summer test readministrations must occur after a true summer program, and all testing must be completed prior to July 1st. This year, readministration is available in all subjects except in grades 3 through 8 English language arts, which is being renormed this year. As we are all aware, House Bill 82, that summer learning choice for North Carolina families, is still being worked on in the legislature and could potentially shape what our summer program is, including test readministration. At the current time, however, the rules related to summer readministration are still in place, as are the deadlines. Therefore, we're bringing you this plan in order to ensure that our students have the opportunity to retest if we determine it to be beneficial for our students. We respectfully submit the summer school testing plan for your endorsement in order to keep more counties' options open as we continue to design our summer learning opportunities for students. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
We are working hard on our summer learning plan. We're hoping that HB 82 will make its way through the Senate this week, and certainly anticipate bringing back our summer learning plan to you in May. But we want the flexibility of being able to add the testing, and that's due on May 7th. So we're making this request.
Thank you. Are there questions?
I do have one question, or maybe two. I read that parents have to provide transportation to the testing site. Does that mean that we have no transportation for kids who need an additional EOG, or what does that mean?
The transportation is related to the summer school programs. The summer school programs do not provide transportation, so the students have to provide their own transportation to the entire program, and the test would be included as a part of that.
However, I'll add on there, as we're developing our summer learning plan, we are likely going to include transportation because as we talked about earlier in the meeting, we really want to make this an attractive option for our students and our parents. And I think we will be needing to provide transportation to do that. So we expect to be making that recommendation.
I would suggest to Dr. Grimacy that maybe, and I'm sure you've thought about it, maybe this is a place where some small amount of our money ought to go to making sure that as we're asking kids to come, and they can only voluntarily, we're asking them to come to summer school, it seems like a good idea to somehow provide those that need it with transportation so that we can make it truly an opportunity for low-income people to make up for what they've lost.
Thank you, sir. No, that's obviously that's the case. I think as it pertains to the testing plan, it's not part of that, but it will be part of the broader summer learning plan, particularly.
I assume that if we provide testing, if we provide transportation to the summer school.
And testing is part of that.
Testing is part of that.
It's all one and the
providing
same.
Transportation.
That's correct.
For everything, and since this COVID hit hardest on our low-income students, it seems like a good idea. And the other question that I had was, as I was looking at the testing, they said that either it was or it wasn't a measure of educator effectiveness rating. Do we have educator effectiveness ratings?
Oh, yes, sir. But those have been waived by the Federal Department of Education for this year under these circumstances. But under normal circumstances, yes, educator effectiveness is tied to student test performance.
Well, what I'm wondering is, in some of our schools that need it, do we see if we can't get those that rank higher in educator effectiveness to go into some of the tougher schools? Just a thought. Maybe just think about that.
For a future conversation.
Yes,
but
for a future conversation.
But I don't think the Department of Public Instruction Regional Accountability Coordinator wants us to burden her with that this time. So
maybe not. But I'm talking about.
Right.
I'm talking about. I know that some educators are more effective than others. I also know that if we have educators who are not effective, that maybe we need to look to find some other educators.
I think that's the whole point of the Educator Effectiveness Program, EVOS, it's called, and it is a valid topic. It's just it wasn't part of what Ms. Fall was in a position to answer.
No, I understand. That's the reason why I'm addressing it to the superintendent. Right. But it came up. It was part of the documentation you gave us. So that's certainly for another day. Thank you.
Ms. Fall, is testing or actually retesting allowed for any of the CTE work keys options?
I do not believe it is, but that would be a question for Amanda Dixon. The purview of this summer plan only manages EOCs and EOGs.
Okay. Are there other questions?
Dr. Metcalf, just want to make sure that everything that I've said and Ms. Fall said is within your guardrails there. Is there anything that you can add to that, or did I misspeak on anything?
You are absolutely correct in all areas, Dr. Grimacy.
Well, I might have something to say
Mr.
about
Hensley has another question.
You have a chance to remedy that, Dr. Metcalf.
I'll say what Mr. Metcalf wouldn't say. No, two things. So when we started talking about summer school earlier in this session, I became concerned that we would get the wrong students there. You know, we got to get the correct, most needful students at our summer school. And I was just sitting there reviewing the plan while Mr. Levy was talking, and it does clearly say that for all elementary school, middle school, and high school, parents are responsible for transportation to and from their school site.
For testing, if all that is testing for this particular plan, it has to do with that. But for us to have an effective summer learning program, we know that what we need to bring you provides transportation, and particularly with our extra effort this year. And for all we know, under HB, is it HB 82, Dr. Metcalf?
Yes, it's HB 82.
Yeah,
And I would clarify that what's in here is not the summer learning plan that we're developing. We're going to bring that back in May, and it'll be much more extensive and will include transportation. And will very much target those students, all students, but in particular, those students who need it the most.
It's a little awkward because the deadline for the testing plan is in advance of the summer learning plan. So it can be confusing in that regard. But the testing plan isn't where you discuss the provisions of getting the students in. It just makes clear to us, the state is making clear to us that we can't rely on the testing mandate as a means by which to get the kids there. We got to come up with some other way to do that.
That's correct.
All right, other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Fall. Dr. Metcalf? At this point, we will consider the draft for the school board meeting agenda for April 12th. Obviously, the operating budget will be an action item. I would propose that the leave provisions and the summer testing plan could both be consent items, unless, Mr. Hensley, you still had questions about the leave provisions.
No, I'm good with it being consent.
All right, did that meet everyone's desire? All right.
When you're done, I do have one or two other things to add to the agenda.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. Well, we know what on consent, Ms. Potter, then it will be items B and C. And of note, next month's, or it's not, well, it is next month, April 12th meeting will be in the commissioners' meeting room at the Old County Courthouse. They have offered us the use of the facility for the next several meetings, and we're going to do this because it allows for people, members of our public, our citizenry, to actually attend the meeting. We've been asked to abide by the guidelines that the commissioners do, which is the same COVID protocols, mask wearing, spacing among people. So the audience will be a little bit more limited, but it's more like 30 people rather than the 5 people that we felt like we could allow in here. So we weren't too concerned about it with work sessions because we seldom have people actually coming to work sessions, but we do have many people that like to attend the regular meetings. So that meeting on April 12th will be in the old the commissioners' meeting room.
Madam Chair, for the public record, I'd just like to clarify that it does provide us the opportunity to do that, but to do that without disrupting a school's operations.
That's correct. That's correct.
The only other options that we have are in the school buildings, and to do that, a school has to give up their gym for the afternoon for us to prepare.
Yes, this takes a tremendous amount of work off our IT folks who have to go in and set up, as well as monopolizing some school campus auditorium or gymnasium for the course of the day.
We may yet have to do that, but we're trying to avoid doing that if we can, yeah.
So we appreciate being able to use the courthouse and be very historical. I'm guessing, at that point. So, all right, Mr. Levy, did you want to bring up something else?
Yes, I do. Pursuant to our policies, I would like to add to the agenda as an action item the delay of the social studies, the implementation and the preparation of the social studies, the new social studies standards. Basically, I was reading, as I now read, these updates that I get, and I saw that the social studies standards are prepared to be implemented. The superintendent has told us that over the summer, they are going to have teacher development on that, on those new social studies standards. And I assume that they will be rolled out in the fall, or at least rolled out as over time, over the next school year. The problem is that we haven't seen the unpacking on these social studies standards. I don't know what they are. Well, I do know that, for instance, one of the standards which shocked me, which was in the report that we all received, was that in first grade, the students are going to be learning how to make changes, not just in their school and in their classroom, but also in their community. So social action is going to be taught in the first grade. That's just some of it. The other parts of it are that the new standards talk about splitting us all up into what they call communities and studying communities rather than our shared history. Now, I don't know in the end whether we'll implement them or not, but I want to propose at our next meeting that we delay both the implementation and the teacher training for at least a year. And as we do that, utilize for the next school year the old standards. I would also like to going to propose at the next meeting that we form a committee, an ad hoc committee, using both administrators and members of the school board to review these standards and to review the unpacking as it comes out, and then eventually recommend something to the board which is in keeping with our philosophy. So in that respect, I would like to add to the agenda for next time the new social studies standards.
Is that a state requirement, though?
The social studies standards?
Yeah.
Yes, it would be once it is unpacked and has gone into effect, yeah.
Well, the as I understand it, and I've been educated a little bit by the superintendent, is that we have no social studies EOG tests, and we have no social studies, what is the other test besides the EOG test?
Final exam.
Final exam, right. Tests coming from the state.
State, yeah, no
Right,
state final.
now from the state. Clearly, we do a final exam in our regular, in our regular schools. So therefore, we really don't have to go into these state mandates until certainly 2022, or at least until they come up with a test, which will require us to do it. In the meantime, I really do not want, everything I've seen about these standards is foreboding. People stop me on the streets and say to me that I would rather my children go elsewhere than be subjected to these standards. And I'll have to say that I think the people who tell me this don't really understand the standards a lot. I've had a chance to read them, and maybe you have too. All I'm saying is that I want to put on the agenda whether we will delay these standards a year. I don't know at this point whether we should throw them out entirely or whether we should use what is good about them, but I do know that given their volatility and given their basis, we need a lot more study before we start preparing our teachers over the summer, which is what the plan is for these standards, and before we start rolling out these standards. So that's what I would ask to place on the agenda.
I wonder if it would be better to put that on the work session agenda for that 1st of May to give us time so that during the work session, we actually could talk and dissect and perhaps hear a really good report on this as opposed to adding it to the April 12th meeting in which we've had no time to prepare. I don't know. I'm open to feedback.
Well, I'm also open to that, but I see that if we wait till May, we're already planning on teacher updates, teacher
Professional
training
development would go in there.
for June.
Mm-hmm.
So the sooner we do this, the better.
Let me make sure the
ahead.
record is clear. Not teacher training, it's teacher curriculum development. So
Right.
we're not to the point of teacher training yet because we haven't yet, that's what you and I talked about.
Right.
Was that we have the state standards, but we still don't have the curriculum. We don't have the content.
Well,
And so it's until we get the unpacking and we can present that, what I did tell you was we would present that to the board as we were receiving it, and it would get clear, and we'd be very transparent about where we go with it. But we're not even, certainly by April 12th, we don't have enough information to inform the board's discussion at all at this point.
I guess I just don't want to see administrative time spent on these plans to implement this. And for us to then say, oh, we've spent these plans, we've got these plans to implement it, we might as well go forward. Because this is probably, I think, for the public, one of the most serious hurdles we have, especially if we want to keep up our enrollment, because the public looks at this very seriously. I don't know, Dr. Grimacy, let me ask, if we wait until, what is it, the
It'd be
work
May
session?
3rd, would be
May
the work
3rd.
session, right?
Are you guys going to be working on this? Or are you going to be spending a lot of time on it, or?
We've got a lot of things we're working on. We're anxious to get from DPI more details as to how the actual curriculum and content is going to look. The standards themselves, as you and I discussed, the standards themselves are not the content. They're the framework.
Right.
And
It's the
so
unpacking that we haven't seen.
that's right, and that's what's forthcoming. And I don't know that we're far enough along to where I can give the board any informed direction as to what your options are. If you can even choose to not implement the standards, it may or may not be an option for you, certainly not by April 12th. So whatever the board's position is, we'll do what we can that the law allows us to do, but I can't promise the board that by April 12th that I can give you any more information than what we had published in the school board monthly update. We've probably put everything in the monthly update that we know to date.
Right.
That's
My
as far as we can
concern
go.
is not what's just in the monthly update. It's the work that's going to go into it because.
Well, we are always planning ahead. I mean, we've got to know, we have to plan for what appears to be the most likely timeline. But certainly between now and May 3rd, there isn't going to be a lot of
And there's not going to
effort
be any
expended.
professional development on it.
There can't be because we don't have enough information.
So I would go along with that.
So we
Madam
can
Chair.
have some discussion on the 3rd.
Right.
Dr. Grimacy, maybe we'll get a
Yes.
much better overview. And hopefully by then the state will have made some progress toward opening it up such that we can see what the actual program looks like.
An update for the school board's work session on the 3rd is very reasonable.
And then we would still have plenty of time to take some kind of action if it's one that we might take.
Correct.
Right, and I will say that for what it's worth, and I treat this with a grain of salt, the superintendent of public instruction has said that we don't have to adopt it, whether that was political statement or a real statement, I don't know. But one of the things that, from what I see, we have to, at the very least, delay this a year, and probably not adopt it at all, but certainly in the short term delay it. But we'll go with the May date.
Really dig into it at
Okay.
that point.
All
And
right.
you had another item you wanted to
No,
mention?
actually,
Oh,
just
that
one second. I think that was it. Just one second, excuse me.
Hold on a minute.
No, that was the additional item.
Okay, Mr. Hensley.
So I'd like to talk about what Mr. Levy said. This is an important issue. It's on the minds of a lot of Moore County citizens. So I think us as a board need to address it. I don't think we need, I think May is fine. But what I'd like to see is, what are the standards, what our requirements are, and what we can and cannot do legally. And then once we know what the standards are, what the legal requirements are, and what our options are, then we can mull it over.
Absolutely, and that's what we can do. We aim for that with May 3rd. Am I right on is it the 3rd? I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. All right, anything else today? All right, then we can take the time for some board comments, if there are any. Ms. Caldwell, do you have, I was thinking Mr. Holmes.
Mr.
Holmes
Holmes,
has
do you
none.
have anything?
Ms. Caldwell.
No, I have nothing to.
Mr. Hensley, any comments?
Just a beautiful day outside and a beautiful day that all of our students are back in school. And once again, thank you for all of the members of the central office, the superintendent, the faculty, staff, everybody who made it happen. It's not easy, but it's good to see Moore County leading the way.
Thank you. Mr. Dennison, no. Mr. Levy.
Yeah, I would like to say that, once again, I believe that especially this weekend, the pilot got it wrong. I believe that in spite of the fact that we all have different outlooks on education, I think we all work together. And I want to once again echo what's been said, that we thank the administration, we thank the staff, we especially thank the teachers for getting us back into school. And one of the things that I hope that we learn is that so long as we are reasonable as a board with our staff and with our teachers, and so long as they are reasonable with us, and they are, okay, we can have a very, very, very smooth running district, and we can be very, very thankful that we don't have the real acrimony that occurs in places like Los Angeles and San Francisco and other places where they're still trying to figure out a way to get back to school. So I thank everybody for their efforts, and I think, as I said before, the entire board, each and every person, needs to take a victory lap on this, because it was a real victory, not so much for us. We're fine. It's for our students, and that's what's important.
We can meet over on the Pinecrest track and do that lap.
Well, maybe we have some money now.
Ms. Thompson, do you have comments?
Just a couple of shout outs and kudos. One, again, just to get on record, congratulations and a big thanks to the Northmore High School team for the wonderful presentation over the weekend of the Junior Lion King play. It was phenomenal. And just kudos for the way they not only put the play on, but just the way that the tickets were presented, just the whole process I thought was just phenomenal. Also, shout out and congratulations to all of our Teachers of the Year who were recognized at our different schools. A lot of times we can't formally do anything with recognitions of those team members, but just wanted to do a shout out for them. And then lastly, just again, as several have said, this is a wonderful day in Moore County to have our schools open fully for our students to be back in the classroom face to face with their teachers.
That's good. Well, I'm going to echo those comments. It is a special day in our Moore County schools, like it's the first day of school all over again. I saw both teachers and students posting that it felt like they were headed back for the first day of school. And it's because our teachers and staff and our students and families have stepped up again to bring the best educational situation possible to our schools in Moore County. The ability to do this has been created by our strong senior staff, our principals, and the many other people who are the nuts and bolts of our system. We cannot let the day go by without thanking this very large group of people, our very happy students, most of them, and our dedicated families who have made it possible. Although we may not have a special story on the Raleigh or Durham news stations tonight about our students returning to school, it is a special moment. Moore County schools are one of a very select group who've had children in the classrooms since we returned to school in August. As a participant in the ABC Science Collaborative, Moore County Schools has collected data to justify this return. This data, shared through the ABC Science Collaborative, is what has enabled school systems from across the state to begin to return to the classroom. Senator Phil Berger and other state leaders compliment and validate the work of the ABC Collaborative and its member schools. We are proud to have been a part of this. We ask now that our families continue to be diligent in screening their children if sick, that our teachers continue to be diligent in protecting themselves and the children in their classrooms, and that our community also be diligent as we take it one day at a time to return to a new normal. I'd like to also give a shout out to Miss Rachel Neckerman. Ms. Neckerman is an 8th grade science teacher at New Century Middle School, and she is featured on the ABC Collaborative website discussing strategies for safe in-person learning. She also offers a brief account of how she overcame her own fears about returning to the classroom. A second shout out to Dr. Seth Powers, who has met weekly with our Moore County Health Department representatives as he continues to monitor all aspects of our return to school during the crisis. And a special thank you to Dr. Grimacy, who knew we could go back to school and who continues to study the trends of COVID spread and who keeps us fully informed about the pandemic as it affects our schools. Moore County has actually been in the news at another time too. I don't know if you saw the ABC 11 special on what our children are enduring during the pandemic, but they were at Union Pines High School, and I forgot the name of our SRO.
Rebecca.
Officer Mabe was there and spoke, as well as some of the Union Pines students. So always in the news, always leading the way. All right, Ed.
Madam Chair, move the meeting be adjourned.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Mr. Eklund?